communication. We'll talk about language barrier. Now that there will be translation tools that will be used due to AI, and of course, AI coming through in several sectors. In health, the elderly can benefit as they can check their health using AI. If they want to order pills, they still can do that using AI. We talk of chatbots, customer service, which is more enhanced through AI. And of course, this is running under the theme harnessing artificial intelligence for effective and efficient parliamentary processes in the SADC region. Talk about experiences, challenges, as well as opportunities. And of course, today they are going to focus the discussions on the theme itself, the theme that I just spoke about. So now take a look. Let's take a look at the program lineup for today. What to expect in today's discussions. This is a symposium of the theme for the 57th Plenary Assembly session. So today they're going to have a government perspective on artificial intelligence, communication, discussion, regulation, policy, funding and infrastructure. And of course, that is Honorable Tatenda Mavitera, Minister of Information, Communication, Technology, Postal and Career Services, will be presenting a speech on that. And then another topic is advancing parliamentary processes through academic collaboration on artificial intelligence. This is an overview that is going to be given by Professor Eddie Mwenje from Bindura University. And of course, a panel of discussions from various universities in Zimbabwe. Talk about Bindura University, University of Zimbabwe, Harare Institute of Technology, Chinhoyi University of Technology, Midland State University as well. And then there's going to be country presentations, and over and above that, there is going to be reading of the communique. And of course, a vote of thanks is going to be given by the SADC PF President and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, who happens to be retired Honorable Speaker Justin Tockley. So ZBC will be bringing you the live proceedings, and also kindly follow us on our social media platforms. That is at ZBC News Online. We shall be live streaming as well on ZBC News Online. Feel free also to send through your comments to appreciate artificial intelligence. It's all about learning. It's all about relearning. And of course, there's so much to look forward to. And then we will definitely cross over to Victoria Falls, where the proceedings are underway. We have Dora and Becky Temba on standby.
Zimbabwe is not just a country, not just a place. It's much, much more than that. It's the sound of the birds early in the morning as the sun rises. Our vibrant art, music, and creativity. Our mighty rivers. Cascading waterfalls. Zimbabwe is a feeling. Zimbabwe is a world of wonders.
Zimbabwe for you at a glance. It is a world of wonders. Now, right now, we are told that our team is now ready. A very good morning to you, Dora and Bakitemba. And please take us through today's proceedings. What should we expect in today's symposium? Over to you.
Uniform definition which is going to allow the parliament that they can legislate on this issue, and so that they can draft some legislation, keeping in mind that
It is a very good morning to you and welcome to the Victoria Falls, and it is where we are today as we experience what is happening as far as SADC is concerned. The official opening was yesterday, and the official opening ceremony of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the 57th Plenary Assembly Sessions, and of course it was hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of Zimbabwe in this beautiful resort city of the Victoria Falls. Today is a different day though, and I'm not by myself. My name is Vincent Thornsman, and I am with Odore Ngobe.
A beautiful morning indeed. Again, we are still here at the Elephant Hills Hotel in Victoria Falls, where we are having the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and today in particular they will be holding their symposium, which means they are zeroing into the particular theme for this session, which is harnessing artificial intelligence for effective and parliamentary processes in the SADC region. And so I believe that since it's a parliamentary forum which is meant to support and improve regional integration, parliamentarians will take time to share ideas on how to harness artificial intelligence in their different countries. Probably also take time to talk about what's happening already in their countries, how they plan to bridge the digital divide, how they plan to improve infrastructure, because we can't have AI without proper infrastructure, and as well as bridge the gap on digital literacy.
How do we integrate artificial intelligence into our processes as far as operations are concerned, as parliaments and as countries in the SADC region? We're about to find out more about that there, as different countries contribute and put in their input as far as that issue is concerned. And of course, we need to understand that it's not just a word that's just going to come to Africa and be operational. There is a supporting infrastructure that needs to be put in place to make this work.
So we are broadcasting live at the symposium, and we are now going through to the main session.
for this session. Thank you very much, Honorable Superman Dwanzira.
Your Excellency, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tokeli, Honorable Speakers of SADC National Parliaments and Heads of Delegations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I'm seeing some very bright faces after the lovely birthday celebration last night. And I want to just thank the speaker for a wonderful celebration, a wonderful dinner last night. In fact, it was some AI-inspired thinking that this symposium is actually done this morning, because I think the concentration will be much higher and people will be more focused than they would have been. They say that artificial intelligence is going to replace a lot of jobs. And I was just talking to some Hansard reporters last night, and I said, you know, you're the first casualties of artificial intelligence as parliaments are beginning to adopt artificial intelligence. Even some of us as honorable members of parliament, we like to travel, we like to go and meet communities to consult on legislation. With AI, it's all going to now be done online, real time, and sometimes with no need to travel. So a lot of jobs are going to go. But I want to assure you, one job may not go. I think you saw last night how our own speaker here in Zimbabwe, Honorable Jacob Mdenda, how commanding he was when he picked up the microphone just before we sang happy birthday. You can't replace that with AI. So you're guaranteed your job is safe. I had prepared a couple of talking points ahead of this symposium and this moderation, but because of time, I'm going to give to the Secretariat so that they can be shared. But in summary, my comments were basically three main points. That it is critical for parliaments to not just adopt AI for themselves, but because parliaments lead governments in terms of ensuring implementation of many things, I think it is critical that parliaments begin to push that governments adopt AI in the way they do their business, in the way they govern. So it's no longer just about adopting for the efficiency of running parliaments, but also for making sure that government, the laws are in place, the policies are in place, so that governments can run efficiently. But there are other critical AI-related technologies that we must not ignore. One of them is blockchain. Blockchain is the technology that is removing regulation and allowing citizens and allowing participants to actually decide things directly within themselves, reducing cost if it is banking, reducing a lot of the bureaucracy. So blockchain need to be looked at as one of the technologies of the present and the future. The other is crypto. Cryptocurrency. Just a week ago or 10 days ago, Bitcoin hit the roof. One Bitcoin equivalent to 109,000 United States dollars. What is driving the Bitcoin price? It's because of demand. More and more people are beginning to adopt cryptocurrencies. It doesn't go past a week before some government somewhere, some mayor somewhere, some community somewhere adopting crypto as the currency of the present, but still considered currency of the future. So I think that needs to be looked at as well as we look at artificial intelligence. The next aspect is neobanking. Neobanking allows, just by access to a phone, to open bank accounts. That allows somebody who's selling artifacts to open a bank account enabled by artificial intelligence, facial recognition. They can trade with people who are overseas selling their artifacts without the need to look for documentation, residential addresses to open a bank account. So as we look at artificial intelligence, these are some of the critical areas that I think parliaments need to look at in terms of adopting and ensuring that the governments that we are part of begin to adopt. Distinguished delegates, let me now at this point turn to our program and invite our first speaker, who is joining us via video, to speak about government perspectives on artificial intelligence, regulation, policy, funding, and infrastructure. Our first speaker is the Honorable Tatenda Mavetera, Zimbabwe's Minister of Information Communication Technology, Postal and Courier Services. Let's put our hands together for Honorable Mavetera. Technical team, if you can please assist us. If she is not ready, we can move on to the next speaker, and then we can go back to her. Okay, we don't seem to be making the connection yet, and I don't want us to waste time as we are behind time. I want to invite at this stage the Bindura University of Science and Technology Professor Edimwenje to talk to us about advancing parliamentary processes through academic collaboration on artificial intelligence. Just giving us an overview of that. Professor Mwenje.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm just allowing my slides to come through, my presentation to come through. As my presentations come through, I want to thank you, moderator. Allow me to recognize and to acknowledge Your Excellency, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tokli, Honorable Speakers of the SAD National Parliaments and heads of delegations, and allow me also to acknowledge our own speaker, Dr. JFN Mudenda, who has ensured that universities should be present this morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Zimbabwe we have got a very good system of slogans, and many other people, when they could not afford to mention everybody, they just stood up and said Apple, and Apple means all protocols observed.
Professor, if I can just interject a little bit. Honorable delegates behind the cameras are unable to see the screen, so I'm going to ask the camera people if there's something that you can do to ensure that our distinguished delegates at the back are able to see the screens. Maybe you want to just leave your cameras on and then sit down so that at least they have an uninterrupted view of the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I want again to acknowledge the House and thank you so much for having us. This particular morning we are excited that the SAD Parliament is discussing one of the most important areas of our time, the area of artificial intelligence. And I am as well accompanied by about 3 universities in Zimbabwe, and some of these members will give their presentations. Now I'm going to talk about advancing parliamentary processes through academic collaboration, and I'm just trying to go and give you an overview. I think the issue of artificial intelligence has been well spelled out, and His Excellency, our President, as well mentioned yesterday that this is an area that we ought to go into. Now, artificial intelligence is a transformative force, redefining parliaments and influencing legislative processes and citizen engagements. We know that parliaments are text-heavy, and we know that they have to engage with the citizens. And sometimes the information that we have, you wonder if we have really fully engaged citizens. But I believe that artificial intelligence is the way to go. Parliaments across the SADC region have faced a Hobson choice in that they have no option, but they have to adopt these technologies. This is because the populace that we serve, the citizenry, are techno-savvy. They are catching up with technologies as it's happening across the world. One of the things that's happening early in this year, 2025, Trump started Stargate and put an investment of $500 billion towards the AI. Now that's very important, and he's building data structures, both virtual infrastructure across the world, and that has got implications on parliaments, and that has got implications on each and every person on the globe. So Zimbabwe's parliament recognizes AI as a tectonic shift for fulfilling constitutional obligations with greater efficiency, transparency, and also responsiveness to the greater populace. And I'm so excited by my interaction with the Speaker of Parliament, how he's pushy on the issues of technology, on the issues of AI, and I believe that this is the reason why institutions of higher learning are in this particular place. But it also aligns with Zimbabwe's Vision 2030 to leave nobody behind and to have an upper middle class economy, and also the 10th Institutional Strategic Plan for 2020-25, which emphasizes modernization through technological innovation. And His Excellency the President mentioned yesterday that across universities, innovation hubs have been set up, as well as industrial parks, and these particular hubs serve to provide the innovations to the nations that would leapfrog processes and also other institutions that support government. I believe that if my minister had spoken ahead, she would have outlined other aspects of the regulations concerning AI. But what I want to talk about are some of the core functions of Parliament that would require AI. There is need for improved legislative research and analysis. I mentioned that there are large documents and large texts that Parliament deals with that would benefit from AI. And that's the analysis of bills, amendments, looking at trends, and various global comparisons that are required. Also, the identification of legislative priorities and key performance indicators. These are important areas where AI is utilized, as well as comparison of legal drafts with existing laws. You will see that as we go along, certain parliaments across the world have actually adopted several aspects of these, not the full cocktail of what AI does, but people have taken certain snapshots of AI. And also to indicate that AI automation, I think as the moderator was talking, you need AI for the parliamentary core functions. Legislative efficiency is important. Faster decision making, data management, and transcriptions and translations. Those are areas where AI would actually be required as the core functions of Parliament. Engagement with citizens. Information that would come from citizens in real time that would help parliamentarians can be obtained through AI. And as well as I say that Parliament is a busy place. Administrative issues, workflow, and HR automation will benefit from AI. The issue that we talk about is that AI has risks, but truly the opportunities are many, including AI-powered one source of truth to dispel misinformation. It will be easy for citizens to access in real time what is happening in their country and dispel misinformation. So these are the core functions. But let's look at examples of AI use across parliaments in the world. And at this juncture, I do know that quite a lot of the parliaments in the SADC have used the chatbots for communication with their citizens. But I want to look just a snapshot of what has happened across the world. The European Parliament has actually used AI in their archives unit. And the Italian Senate in the classification of laws. I think the good parliament that has worked well with AI is the Brazilian lower house, the Brazilian Chamber of Deputies. They've got a system of AI tools called Ulysses, and that has served them very well. That particular platform is able to, when you have got a piece of legislation, if you have 30,000 respondents, it's able to analyze that in a shorter time, give you a summary, and you are ready to go. And it has enhanced the legislative processes and has enhanced also interaction with citizens. The U.S. House has used AI for comparison of bills, and the Dutch House for automatic reporting. The Japanese National Council is looking at digital media analysis, and that's very important, whether it's print, social media, and other areas. They've tailored the AI to be able to do that analysis. And India is working as well on its AI model for parliamentary processes. In Africa, it's known that Uganda is just about to pilot its AI tools in the parliament. So various parliaments have embraced other aspects. But as I say that, to my knowledge, it's really Brazil, which is done very well, and up to about 2019, in 2019, they had actually embarked on Ulysses, and it's working very well. Now, going on, what are the opportunities for AI in Parliament, as we say? The opportunities are many, and I believe that it's a process, it's an ongoing process, but you look at enhanced efficiency and faster decision making when it comes to management of data, improved legislative quality. Now we know, even using open source AI, you are able to have quality deliveries, quality writing of notes and of minutes, and consistency. That's very important. Greater engagement with the public, so that you leave nobody behind. Somebody said that what about the constituencies where people do not know how to use? Amazingly, people learn very fast, and they will know how to communicate which things to press. They want to voice their concerns and advise their members of parliament. There is also evidence-based decision making, and aggregate and analysis of big data. Parliaments have a lot of text and a lot of big data, and it's easy to be able to analyze this. Eventually, though the moderator indicated that there are a lot of people that are bound to lose jobs, but we believe that the opportunities are cost-effective and modernization of the systems, which is important for the 21st century. Now, there are some challenges when it comes to AI implementation for parliaments. We say that we look at risks, but we are sure that you enact proper laws to enable us to the ethical use of AI. However, some of the major challenges that are there, especially in our region, is the infrastructure gap. As I indicated earlier on in my introduction, I indicated that Mr. Trump has invested $500 billion. In fact, that's at the initial outset. But over the next 4 years, it is believed that that may rise in infrastructure for data centers. Quite a lot of money is required, and most parliaments lack good servers or big servers. They lack networks or cloud links needed to run AI tools, and there is need for investment in infrastructure. There is also the problem of missing a roadmap. I'm glad that what I heard yesterday, it seems that there is a greater vision, and what the President mentioned as well this morning for AI implementation. I think it's very, very important that there is a clear roadmap for the adoption of AI and clear leadership to ensure that this thing comes on. One of the major problems that we have parliaments as well as in our countries is that of skills shortage. I talk about Mr. Trump because he seems to be the man at the center of many things this time. This year alone, he has recruited 5,000 AI experts from across the world, and many of them actually have come from Africa. So it just tells us where the world is going and how things are happening. So there is need for MPs and staff, to be trained, to be empowered with data and technical know-how, and there is need for specialists, around parliaments in these particular areas. I believe as well as a way of bridging this gap. This is why the interaction with various institutions such as universities becomes so important. And one of the things is as well we have a challenge in that sometimes we want to keep the status quo. What we have been doing, how we have been filing our documents, we want to keep it as such. But we have to move forward if we are to be relevant. What is the role of academic institutions and universities? Basically, in some of the challenges that we are talking about, we have spoken. I believe that universities would assist. They would assist in the area of research and development to drive AI exploration and equity on how we can be able to utilize AI for the various needs in our nations. In capacity building, digital literacy, educate stakeholders, and also educate the public. My university is called Bindura University of Science Education, and our role is to educate the nation in terms of science, and this is our role. There is need for policy and ethical guidelines, create national AI ethics and policy laws, need for training and upskilling for the various users of AI, and also for collaborative partnerships in order to share global best practices. And finally, the development of AI systems and platforms for the parliament. And this is where we are coming in, and we are grateful for the collaboration that we have as Bindura University of Science Education and other universities with the Parliament of Zimbabwe to develop AI platforms. The Bindura University of Science Education has got an industrial park. I said His Excellency the President mentioned yesterday, and we are assembling affordable phones, laptops, tablets, and that's expanding the device access and paving the way for AI literacy in Zimbabwe. So in addition to this,
I must apologize for interjecting. You have exhausted your time, so I'll give you an additional 2 minutes so that we wrap up. The Honorable Minister is on standby in Harare to also make a presentation. So
Thank you
I'm
very
sorry
much.
to do this, but we don't have much time.
Thank you very much for your kindness. So what are we doing with the Parliament of Zimbabwe? There is collaboration. Just next slide. We have completed a number of activities. Administration and workflow management, job applications, leave management, procurement management systems, fleet management for their shuttle, training management systems, and as well as a monitoring and evaluation system that could be used. And in progress, we are working on the Hansard transcription and translation platform. We have developed an AI tool called Titus, which is able to interpret, to translate our local languages. We are working on the Parliament Access Control and MP attendance platform, and also the AI-powered chatbot for citizen engagement, as well as training parliamentarians and staff. Let's go on. Let's go on. Next slide, please. I think if you can just play, this is my last slide. If you could play this. Okay. The volume is not too loud, but it's just to indicate that we have developed together in collaboration with our parliament systems that are assisting them. And in conclusion, I just want to highlight that it is important for us to be able to adopt AI, because as parliaments, and parliaments that master AI will shape the future, and those that don't will be shaped by it. Mr. Martin Shangyong, the IPU Secretary General, said a digitally advanced parliament is a stronger, more effective, more transparent, and more accountable parliament. We commend the Parliament of Zimbabwe for partnering with universities on AI initiatives, future-proofing its services for Zimbabwe's 21st century tech service citizens. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A big round of applause for Professor Mwenje. I'm sure Bindura University of Science Education is available for all parliaments in the region for this kind of work, right? Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Because of time, let's proceed to Harare, the Honorable Minister of ICTs, Postal and Courier Services, Honorable Tatenda Mavetera. We spent the whole day with her yesterday. She was in this room. And now, because today is Cabinet Day, so she had to go back to Harare. So she's ready to do a presentation. Honorable Minister, please go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Allow me to recognize the SADC PF President and Speaker of Parliament of Madagascar, Honorable Speaker Justin Tokle. Let me recognize the Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Zungamlilimo Mundenda. Please, because of time, allow me to recognize all speakers, all members of Parliament who are there. Let me also recognize the Honorable Senate President, Honorable M.M. Chinomana. Let me say all protocol observed. It is indeed a great honor to be presenting today, and definitely as we gather here, we're discussing a transformative force, artificial intelligence. And honorable speakers, esteemed colleagues, we stand at an inflection point, and artificial intelligence is not merely a technological wave, but it is, in this third era, we are saying that it is a third era of human capability. As our President, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, has declared, he said it yesterday, he said Zimbabwe is not a spectator in the fourth industrial revolution. He says that we are building, regulating, and also empowering in our own terms. So what it means is we need to develop programs, we need to develop everything around artificial intelligence in our own context as Zimbabweans, as Africans. Allow me to start off with a quote from Ginny Rometty, which says AI will not replace humans, but what it will do is that those who are using artificial intelligence will replace those who do not use artificial intelligence. There are quite a lot of opportunities for Zimbabwe and SADC, where we realize that, yes, I'm sure Professor Mwenje also spoke about that. We're talking about economic growth, public sector efficiency, innovation, youth empowerment, and efficiency within our parliaments. I will not dwell much on the efficiency within our parliament since Professor Mwenje also spoke about that. But let us just go on. My discussion is going to be more on how we can harness artificial intelligence potential and synchronize our actions. And there I have to be looking at what the executive are supposed to do and what parliaments are going to do. We have got three arms of state. We have got the executive, we've got the parliament, and we also have got the judiciary. So I'm going to be mainly speaking on what I think government has to do, what it has to do in terms of our policy, our regulations, our infrastructure, and also how we are going to put investment around it. I'll start off on our regulations and policy. We need, especially from the executive side, which are the ministers, we need to come up and draft regulations, manage enforcement, run sandboxes, and also have international engagement. This is quite important. But in terms of SADC, we believe we need to look at us having bilateral MOUs on AI safety, find out how we can have skills exchange programs. Let's also look at us having an AI regulatory harmonization framework. This has to be done by the executive leading. Then on the parliament, in terms of regulation and policy, I feel that it is quite important that they look at the legislative foundational laws. They need to approve treaties, oversee implementation, and also protect citizens. We want to really thank SADC PF for coordinating this very important discussion. And within SADC, we need to finalize our model AI law. We want to appreciate that for us as Zimbabwe, we're part of the conversation, and we managed to come up with ethics guidelines on adopting artificial intelligence. And SADC PF also should create committees on artificial intelligence ethics for oversight. We believe also that SADC PF should also mandate annual tabling of AI capacity readiness reports to Parliament. I propose a SADC AI regulatory harmonization task force, which will be co-chaired by executives and parliaments, to draft minimum standards by 2026, inspired by the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, but rooted in our own realities as Africa. Our policy is our compass, and we are working on our artificial intelligence strategy as Zimbabwe. We've come up with a framework, and now we are going to be launching our RIM report, where we are talking about our readiness assessment, looking at also the methodology that we're going to use in fully implementing artificial intelligence. Going on funding and investments, especially from the executive priorities, we need to look at us having budgetary allocations for artificial intelligence, research and development, and infrastructure, which is quite critical. Let's look at ways that we can indulge private sector partnerships. Let's be able to come up with plans to incentivize for tech startups. As we are coming up with an ICT startup policy in Zimbabwe, there is great need for us as well to look at how we can incentivize the private sector to be able to develop AI applications and also to even develop around the AI sector. It's important as well to look at international cooperation from the executive side, leveraging partnerships with AU, ITU, and a lot of other development banks. To Parliament, in terms of funding, Parliament has to really be able to track fund deficiencies and mandate skills audits. In terms of Parliament, they also need to come up with ways that, at least within the budget, we know very well we've got declarations that would make sure that within each and every budget, there's a specific money that would go, for example, would go to health. So it's quite important that for us to really develop in terms of artificial intelligence, let's have a specific budget and have at least be able to know that a certain percentage has to go on the development and also on the deployment of artificial intelligence. That has to be done by Parliament. And on SADC PF, we feel that it's important that at least they would come up with an AI budget framework with standardized, transparent metrics for national AI spending. And for SADC PF, we think it's important that you also declare on parliamentary appropriation of fixed minimum percentage of ICT budget for AI that I have mentioned. Honorable Speakers, you hold the power of oversight and appropriation. We need parliaments to mandate annual AI impact audits. We need also to approve budgets for AI education. Let us again ratify the SADC AI Ethics Charter. I recall that the SADC Protocol on Science, Technology and Innovation in 2018, member states went on to harmonize policies for collective technological advancement. So this is our legal mandate. I really feel that we need to establish a SADC AI development facility, which is supposed to be capacitated by our member states, contributions by the BRICS New Development Bank partners, and also returns from the Pan-African AI projects. Speakers, we believe that you're supposed to empower committees to scrutinize artificial intelligence expenditure using our own transparency index models. In Zimbabwe, we have one we call the Zimbabwe Transparency Index model. And we go on the infrastructure. The executive has to come up with digital foundations. Let's work on our broadband expansion programs, our data centers, cloud computing capacity, shared cloud and computer grid for SADC. This definitely we need to push for it from the executive side, and also an alternative source of energy. Let's look for alternative ways and use green energy. And in terms of our AI ecosystem enablers, we should be able to come up with high performance computing facilities and also open data initiatives. This was also mentioned by Professor Mwenji. And on our infrastructure and readiness, we need to look at Parliament coming up with a legislative data sovereignty plan. Let's see how we can push on data localization laws. Let us also look at approving cross-border data flows and overseeing universal access. His Excellency, our President, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, our SADC chair, spoke about this yesterday. He said that it's important that we would come up with initiatives around how we can have cross-border data flows. This has to be done. And for us as Zimbabwe, like I said, that we have got the RAM report, the Zimbabwe Readiness Assessment Methodology Report, which was unveiled in February this year. It is our shared vision for an ethical artificial intelligence in Zimbabwe that will emphasize inclusivity and accountability while being consistent with our national interests and values. It is founded on 5 thematic areas of economy, legal, policy, and regulatory. Social and cultural are also included. And as well as scientific and educational and technical and infrastructure. Zimbabwe, in collaboration with all stakeholders, has been using this tool to develop our own artificial intelligence strategy. And we want to assure you that we are going to conclude it by September. We'll be done with our artificial intelligence strategy. The draft is already there. So now we are doing our consultations so that we have an inclusive approach in coming up with our artificial intelligence strategy. And as Zimbabwe, we are also working on launching an artificial intelligence innovation fund, where we believe that 20% government seed capital will be availed and 80% will be from private partnerships. And we're working on tax incentives, which will also attract artificial intelligence investment in our country. We are finalizing on our ICT startup policy with focus on disruptive technologies, where we believe that we need to capacitate our talent, we need to capacitate our own innovators so that they develop programs around artificial intelligence. We are indeed, like I said before, that we're finalizing on our national artificial intelligence strategy. In the words of our liberation icon, Samora Machel, he says that solidarity is not charity. It is mutual aid between forces fighting for the same objective. So let us work in solidarity so that we forcefully fight for the same objective. Let me also go on the challenges and risks. Yes, the challenges there have been mentioned. We are there. May you please go on the previous slide. I'm going to go on to what Advocate JFN Mundenda said on our last interaction on artificial intelligence. He said that, let me warn that dependence on external developed AI systems without local contextualization and oversight may reinforce existing inequalities and compromise national sovereignty. We must build domestic capacity and ensure our academic institutions produce homegrown solutions. Unquote. This is what Honorable Advocate JFN Mundenda said. May you please go on the previous slide. On the previous slide there we have got our challenges and risks. We were talking about the digital divide, urban and rural access. We need to come up with ways which will make sure that we don't leave anyone in any place behind. On our skills gap, there's great need for artificial intelligence education and training. Let's upskill our workforce, reskill them, and make sure that they are capacitated and ready. Cybersecurity and misinformation, this is also a challenge, and we need to set up robust cybersecurity measures within our various countries. And our global competition is there. That's another challenge that we have, and it's important that we are geared up and ready to make sure that when it comes, we know what then to do. Allow me to then go on our way forward, but I'll go on to what Bill Gates says, to say artificial intelligence will evolve to become a super intelligence. We need to be mindful on how it's developed and ensure that it aligns with humanity's best interest. This is what he says. So it is quite important that whatever we're going to develop has to align with humanity, and it has to serve the best interest of our various communities that we represent. And the way forward, this is what I think we need to do. We need to really come up with a SADC AI Governance Council that I've mentioned. This is quite important. Let's really interrogate and look into this. Secondly, we need, again, to look at annual SADC AI Review Summit. We really want to appreciate you, SADC PF, for initiating this conversation. But it has, we believe it has to be annual. Let's have this conversation, even if it means it's a side event outside your plenary conferences. Let's try to make sure that at least we'll continuously be able to review what we have done and what countries have done in terms of the adoption and deployment of artificial intelligence. And Pan-SADC AI project, we have the President of Pan-African Parliament there, Honorable Senator Charumbira, who is there. We believe that there is need for us to collaborate. There is need for Pan-African Parliament, SADC, to also collaborate on an AI project. Let's see what the executives will do in terms of finding out a pool of data, funding technology, deploy sensors. Parliament has to legitimize data sharing, allocate budgets, and also evaluate the impact. That we are hoping that this can be done. We need to adopt a regional AI governance framework, pool resources for AI research and infrastructure, strengthen intra-SADC digital trade and innovation hubs, prioritize ethical AI and public trust. Honorable Speakers, I propose we ratify a SADC AI Compact by 2025 with 3 pillars, which are a Model AI Act, a Ministerial Parliamentary AI Council, 3 priority projects, AI for climate resilience, national language processing for inclusion, cross-border fraud detection. And as I go there, I feel there is a lot that a lot of parliaments need to do in terms of coming up with ways to fully adopt artificial intelligence. In terms of our innovation, we need to enhance and expand AI research capabilities at universities, research centers, and innovation hubs across our various countries. We need to launch and implement an AI innovators program that fosters a robust innovation ecosystem for cutting-edge AI models. Let us also develop the market for local AI solutions. Let us create an enabling environment for local AI companies to start and scale up. In terms of talent development, it is important that we integrate artificial intelligence and data science in our education in our various schools curriculum. Let us develop AI talent to meet emerging demands of the AI ecosystem. Let's find ways that we can create partnerships for AI talent development and placement, and also acquire foreign AI talent that would come and invest in our various current countries, and also make sure that we are able to have skills transfer within our countries and then learn from that. In terms of our governance, there is need for us to develop a harmonized national policy framework of AI and their emerging technologies, develop risk and safety frameworks to govern AI development and deployment, to revise and develop agile legal and regulatory frameworks to meet the demands of artificial intelligence, to pursue collaborative intergovernment, non-governmental, and private sector AI governance approaches. On our funding, we need to incentivize investments in AI for both local and foreign private investors, to reorient public resource allocation to prioritize investments in artificial intelligence. And also for us as Zimbabwe, we have said we need to position Zimbabwe as an investment destination for artificial intelligence. And as I go on to conclude, we feel that there are a lot of strides that we need to push in terms of our governments to make sure that at least we are ready and fully going to utilize what artificial intelligence is going to offer to us. Let's invest in the setup and expansion of AI-ready digital infrastructure across the country, enhance high computing, performance computing clusters, let's increase the supply and use of green energy, develop domestic manufacturing facilities for AI-specific hardware, such as specialized chips, semiconductors, to reduce reliance on foreign technology, providers. As I conclude, we as Zimbabwe, we are pledging our expertise and our political will in the unwavering commitment to SADC unity. We are here to be able to make sure that we assist in us concluding and making sure that we adopt ethical artificial intelligence, which has got public trust. But above all, we have a mantra that we have as Zimbabwe to say Zimbabwe is open for business, and we are going to conclude and say Zimbabwe is open for artificial intelligence. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Services for Zimbabwe, not only for the incisive presentation, but also for the suggestions on what could be done by SADC PF on the way forward. I'm sitting next to the president here of SADC PF and was paying very detailed attention to your presentation. So we really appreciate your time and the effort that you have spared to do the presentation. Once again, a round of applause for the Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen. We now turn to the presentations by the universities. Professor Mwenje opened that with a very detailed presentation on what is artificial intelligence for parliaments and what they are already doing with the Parliament of Zimbabwe. May I now invite the next university presentation, the Midlands State University. Midlands State University. Because of time, just go straight to the presentation. We know you respect everybody in the room, so the protocols have already been observed, and you have a maximum of 5 minutes. Midlands State University, please go ahead.
Okay, so my presentation is very short, so I will do the salutation. Okay, Your Excellency, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Madagascar, Honorable Justin Tockley, Honorable Speakers of SADC National Parliaments and Heads of Delegation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to adhere to the established protocol. My presentation explores how AI-powered intelligence systems can transform parliamentary operations in the SADC region. The key focus is on enhancing decision-making capabilities for lawmakers through application of AI technologies. In this picture, the image here, it depicts a modern technology-enabled parliamentary chamber reflecting the kind of environment where these AI systems could be deployed. The diverse group of representatives engaged in debate highlights the need for intelligent tools to support complex policy discussions and deliberations. My goal is to showcase how AI can elevate the quality of parliamentary intelligence and empower more informed, data-driven decision-making across the SADC region. I'll go through the high-level overview of the system architecture for our AI-powered parliamentary insight platform. It highlights four key components of the system, that is data collection, AI processing, dashboard generation, and alert distribution. For data collection, we ingest a variety of sources, including legislative documents, public feedback, and media reports. The AI processing module analyzes this data, identify patterns and trends, and extract valuable insights. These insights are then used to generate customized visualizations and dashboards for parliamentarians. And finally, the system distributes timely alerts and notifications to users through the preferred communication channels. Overall, this architecture enables us to provide parliamentarians with a powerful, data-driven decision support tool. I'll go on social media. Yes, social media is a powerful source of real-time insights into how people feel about brands, products, and current events. Our platform collects posts across major social media platforms like X, Facebook, and Instagram. We use advanced natural language processing to analyze sentiment expressed. Okay. MC, I've been given 10 minutes more. Okay. Yeah, but I'll try to. Okay. Okay. The data is then visualized to show sentiment trends by geographic region. This allows our clients to quickly identify emerging issues and respond with targeted strategies. Our recommendation engine suggests the best ways to address negative sentiments and capitalize on positive buzz. We have commit-specific dashboards which provide real-time data and insights to help parliamentarians make informed decisions for their respective policy areas. On the screen, we have the Finance Committee. This Finance Committee dashboard will then show, will include the budget performance metrics, economic indicators, public spending impact. Then we also have the dashboard for the Health Committee, which tracks regional health statistics, medical resource distribution, and disease outbreak alerts to support healthcare policy decisions. The Education Committee, which is at the bottom, it presents school performance data, educational access metrics, resource allocation insights, so as to guide on education policy. So these tailored dashboards empower committees to quickly access the most relevant information and identify trends to improve government oversight and service delivery. Next slide. Okay, the real-time alerts will help parliamentarians stay informed and responsive to critical events, upcoming sessions, media coverage, and constituent concerns. Emergency notification provides immediate alerts for urgent situations requiring prompt actions. Session reminders keep track of important debates, votes, and deadlines to ensure parliamentarians are prepared. Media mentions highlights press coverage for key legislation, allowing parliamentarians to address public discourse. Constituent concerns surface trending issues that require the parliamentarian's attention and action. Next slide. So I'll look at, this is my last slide, I'll look at the decision support use cases, where we can use this AI platform. We'll look at the policy impact simulation. We can use our decision support system to focus the effects of proposed legislation, helping policymakers understand the potential impact before implementation. Another use case is on historical precedent analysis. By comparing proposed laws to similar past legislation, we can provide valuable context and insights to inform the decision-making process. We also look at another use case, which is on cross-jurisdictional comparison. Reviewing how similar laws have been implemented in other countries can give us a broader perspective and highlight best practices. And the last one is on budget allocation optimization. Our system can analyze funding options to identify the highest impact investments and help optimize budget allocation. Then, as we talk much about these AI technologies, we should not ignore the ethical consideration. I will not go deeper into them because they've been discussed, but I'll summarize. We have the data privacy, which is very critical. We have strict protocols to protect citizens' information, anonymize personal data, and limit access to secure storage. We regularly audit our algorithm for fairness and bias and use diverse training data and to maintain human oversight of recommendation to mitigate algorithmic bias. Transparency is a key principle. We strive for explainable artificial intelligence decisions, public disclosure of our methodologies, and clear documentation of our data source. This is the last slide. This is the roadmap of how we can implement this platform, because this one is a practical. So the first phase is to do the assessment. Here we evaluate the current systems and needs. This should take us about 3 months. The next phase is on developing this platform where we create dashboards. This should take about 6 months. Then we need to train the users, because without training the users, whatever we implement will not make any relevance. Then the last stage is on deployment. After we've trained, after we've created the solution, we need to deploy. This should take us about 4 months. This should take us about 4 months. Thank you. Asante sana. Obrigado. Merci.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very, very much. Other than not listening to my suggestion to dispense of protocols, your presentation was sharp and to the point. So well done. Can we now invite the next university, which is Chinhoyi University of Technology? A round of applause as he walks to the podium. Chinhoyi University of Technology, CUT. Thank you.
Very good morning. Do you have a roll in mind? My slides.
Could I ask audio to just make sure the volume on the microphone there is a bit higher? It's sounding very low.
Good morning. I'm going to be riding on existing protocol, which is Apple. I'll present on leveraging AI as a SADC development strategy accelerator. Next. Right, as SADC region, you discover that we are driving towards society modernization. And when we're talking about society modernization, we're looking at a SADC region that uses Internet of Things, a SADC region that does cloud computing, a SADC region that does mobile computing, a SADC region that generates a lot of big data, a SADC region that is implementing data analytics. And if you look at all these are the pillars of what we call the fourth industrial revolution. And the DNA of this revolution is artificial intelligence. And why do we talk of artificial intelligence? The previous revolutions as human society, we've excelled as humans. Why? Because we had the capability to outsmart technology. But there is a revolution today where technology is now fast outsmarting the human being. And what do we need to do? If we've got this challenge of being outsmarted by technology, we really have to embrace it. We really have to move with the times. And how do we move with the times? We have to accept and involve technology, especially AI, in whatever we're going to be doing. The last upgrade that was done to the human mind, do you know? It could be 50 or 500,000 years ago. This is the last upgrade that was done to the human mind. So which means technology is fast outsmarting us. And if you look at AI, you've got a 75,000 word novel that can be analyzed in less than a minute. 70,000 word novel, and being analyzed in less than a minute. It's a big challenge. But how do we move forward? Next. How do we move forward as a region? The discourse has been, the strategic enabler for innovativeness is digital transformation. It starts with digital transformation, which depends on what I'm going to be preaching on today, enterprise architecture, for a structured implementation of artificial intelligence, for automation, the insights that have been talked about by the Minister of ICT, Prof. Mwenje, and my colleagues, for service delivery. Next. What do we need as SADC to adopt AI? As SADC, we should come up with what we call, what I'm going to coin today as the whole of SADC enterprise architecture, WOSIA. In WOSIA, we are going to define the business layer, the business of SADC. The business of SADC is to align its objectives to Vision 2030, which is the SADC vision, to the AU Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want, to the 17 SDGs. That's the business of SADC. Why? For the best of service to its citizenry. The reason why we are here as Member of Parliament, the President was here, the Chairman of SADC was here, is we want the best of service for our citizens. So we need to define the business layer clearly. After defining the business layer, we need to identify the applications that we need to come up with as a region, the data pipelines. After having defined the applications for e-government, for e-agriculture, we want the best of agriculture, we want the best of education, we want the best of health, we want the best of learning, we want the best of automated finance systems. This is what we want as SADC. Then we will have to define the data exchange protocols, which is the data layer. How are we going to be processing our data? How is data going to be stored? How is it going to be managed? How are we going to share data at SADC? After that, we're going to talk about the technology layer. How are we going to be hosting these applications at SADC? We've been talking about high-performance computing infrastructure. We talk of cloud computing. Are we going to have our cloud infrastructure as SADC? Are we going to have our central high-performance computing as SADC? So I'm proposing the whole of SADC enterprise architecture. And I'm liking strides that have been made by our own Zimbabwe, by South Africa, by Rwanda, by Namibia, by Zambia, among other SADC nations. They are making deliberate and strategic efforts towards embracing AIs, which is good for the region. And the debate has been so sound on cybersecurity. The SADC Parliament, I'm not going to focus on this, it has been overemphasized. Interparliamentary Union has got a number of areas that the parliaments can implement. But let me allay your fears as humanity. If you thought AI is going to replace you, no. It's not going to replace you. But a member of parliament who is going to embrace AI today is going to replace you. Next. The fear. The fear has been the exponential speed of advances in AI. You see, when something is growing exponentially, we tend to fear, but your fears are going to be addressed by universities through capacitation. Next. Right. You know, as SADC region, I'm happy, Speaker of Parliament, the President. We are beyond issues of illiteracy. It's no longer an issue in SADC. But the inability to navigate through a digital world is where the illiteracy is in SADC. And AI is not just the future, it is already reshaping how we live, how we work today, and how we make decisions. To remain relevant, especially in these positions of influence, you as members of parliament, we must continuously unlearn outdated concepts, learn emerging technologies, and relearn adaptive skills. The day you will stop learning is the day you will die. And only if we can contribute diligently and intelligently to the national conversations on AI, we are going to contribute to national debates. And if you don't contribute to AI debates currently, we are going to be resorting to expressions such as "eish pakaipa." Because you cannot contribute, you are not part of the AI ecosystem. So, please, parliamentarians, we are willing to capacitate you beyond what you know today. Next. Next. Next slide. Next. Right. Why do we say universities should come to the AI discourse? It's because universities, by their very nature, there is no country in the SADC region that doesn't have a university. And universities, they serve as catalysts for sustainable societies, upscaling its workforce, preventing brain drain, knowledge transfer, test beds for solving local challenges, driving economic growth and innovation, promoting AI literacy across disciplines is not just focusing on computer science. Because when you guys hear about AI, you think it's a computing science discipline. But now AI is to be embedded in the way you provide service as a member of parliament. And as Chino University of Technology, we have deliberately redirected our genetic code, and we are now capacitating everyone in terms of using AI, and we have deliberately coined a master's in data analytics program where we are building complex models that do descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, prescriptive analytics, and among other complex metrics and measurements. And I would like to say and borrow from my president, Comrade Idim Nangagwa. We as members of parliament, to MPs, I'm going to say, let's play our part as SADC in the AI space and present Afrocentric values within these AI platforms. I thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. A very captivating presentation. His name is Dr. Chinofunga. And for those who understand Shona, it means, Chinofunga means he thinks. So he really thinks. Dr. Chinofunga, thank you very much from Chinhoyi University of Technology. Let me now invite, we had from Professor Mwenje from Bindura University of Science Education. He was just giving an overview, but this session is for the universities to specifically talk to us about their interventions. And we have another presentation from Bindura University of Science Education on this segment. Please, Bindura University of Science Education, please proceed. Round of applause as he walks to the podium.
Right. All protocols observed. Allow me to ride on the protocol.
Can we have the microphones fixed, please?
Right. So I would like to thank you for this opportunity and waiting for my slides. Okay. Right. So my name is Ronald Manivi. I'm with the Bindura Center for AI, and my presentation is going to be focused on the insights, the lived experiences from our collaboration with the Parliament of Zimbabwe. So I have been the technical lead. I'm one of the technical leads for the project with the Parliament of Zimbabwe. And I've noticed that in all the presentations, there have been a lot of big words that have been actually coming through. And today I want to kind of like break those down so that maybe we can be able to understand. Next slide, please. So the purpose of my presentation is centered on why we want to introduce AI in the parliamentary processes. I want to talk about the data realities. I want to talk about the literacy gaps and how we can address them within the parliamentary field. I want to talk about collaborative insights and the path forward. The reason why so what is AI? You would all understand that it is a technology that is trying to mimic human behavior, and it does this by introducing the bit of mathematical computations in natural language processing and in all the domains that are there. And why are we talking about it today? It's something that started after the Second World War, but it's something that's actually impacting us today because now we have what we call consumer-friendly AI systems where anyone can be able to utilize the power of this transformative technology and do anything that they want. Next slide, please. So I want to start by saying, you know Henry Ford. He's the man behind the mass production of vehicles. He said in one of the presentations that he submitted, he said, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So if we were going to be asked, what do you want in terms of computers? I don't think anyone could have imagined that they would want something that actually makes their work easier and in some cases replace them in their line of work. And that is what artificial intelligence is doing and the promise of artificial intelligence is doing. Who are the leaders in the AI revolution? We have, I'm showing you that there are 4 metrics as of that publication. They use digital infrastructure, they use human capital, technological innovations coming from that country, and the legal frameworks or the AI legislations. And if you actually look on that map there, those that are green and in the white, they have actually been known to be the leaders in this revolution. And you can see that the SADC region is blue, meaning that we still have a long way to go. And I thought it best for us to really look at this in a calculated way. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about the elephant in the room. I would want to say artificial intelligence is a technology that is built on data. And without data or the appropriate data, there is no artificial intelligence. And you would note that we have what we call production data, and we have what we call consumption data. I want to tell you about some of these facts. Most of the production data is actually concentrated in China because most of the manufacturing is actually happening in China. The production data is the data about manufacturing and maybe the data about this phone, how this phone is made. The iPhones, the Android phones is all concentrated in China. And then when we talk about consumption data, we are talking about things like the Facebook, the Google. When Google actually creates their AI system or their email system, they're actually having the world or thinking about the world. And you'd find that most of us are using their systems and we are actually putting our data on their systems, and we have very few of these systems coming from the SADC region. If not limited, or if not, in some places, there is no production data or even consumption data that is owned by that region. And we get to the point that most of our systems are actually being made outside. And that's the reason why we don't have that data. And for us to actually be leading this revolution, we need to be able to create our local solutions, to actually be able to curate our data so that it can actually be AI ready. And we have AI models that are actually utilizing the local languages that are found in the SADC region. And the critical question I have for you today is, what data will power an African AI renaissance? What am I saying? I'm actually saying that we need to take calculated decisions so that we can digitize our languages. We can actually make the data that is produced in this world also be able to be used by the models that we are going to be locally creating. And we need to do that by putting production houses here in SADC and also making sure that we have our own AI systems. But for China, it's a little bit different. They own their consumption data because they've got applications like WeChat and all that, where all these systems actually concentrate their consumption data in China. Next slide, please. So I would like to just go very fast on this slide. What are the key challenges during implementation? Based on our collaborative efforts, I'm talking about this from a technical point of view, we are looking at resistance to change. We need to shift from the paper-heavy processes to actually look at all these other processes digitally without necessarily disrupting the parliamentary protocols. In some cases, some of the protocols that we actually have are going to change because we now have AI. And we need to be comfortable with that. Human-AI collaboration skills. We need to equip our people. We need to actually have training programs. And I think this has already been said, so that everyone has got digital fluency. We also need to be able to define clear governance structures. In some cases, we might also need to hire AI officers. Right now we're talking about data protection officers here in Zimbabwe, and this could also be the case for AI. And we also need to look at change management. Everyone in this room is a policy maker and is a leader of some sort, and the buy-in needs to start with you so that everyone can actually be able to do that. Mind you, everyone is using AI, but are they using it ethically? We need to actually have a unified way of looking at AI, development of AI, and everything like that. Can we go to the next slide? So, based on our replica survey last week, we actually administered a survey and 59 people came. But what was interesting about what we found out from that survey is that about 85% of the people said that they have basic, moderate, or no knowledge of AI. And I would want to say this might be the biggest gap that SADC parliaments are going to actually have to grapple with. And why does this matter? For us to adopt AI, MPs need to be digitally literate and they need to be AI literate. A unified parliamentary AI capacity building program is needed, and it's the quickest and highest impact win for SADC legislators. Let's go. So now, where do we start? You might be asking, where do we start? I am going to say we start where we are. We might really need to invest in the elementary school, teaching AI in elementary schools. For China, it started in 2014, where they had model schools that were teaching AI and IoT. And then 10 years later, in 2025, AI is being taught in every school. But it started 11 years ago. For the United States, we are looking at that as well. And we really need to take calculated moves where we invest in these kinds of AI systems. And also invest in the local languages and coming through the system. Let's go, next slide. So we need to take a synergistic approach. This is not about the minister only. This is not about the parliament staff in the ICT side of things, because AI is coming to disrupt how we do things traditionally. Whether you like it or not, it's just coming to do what it does best. And we need to actually take it upon ourselves that even the lowest person in the ecosystem needs to do something. Let's go. So as I come to almost the conclusion, these have been some of these are some of the active projects that we're actually doing with the project, with the parliament, where we are actually trying to automate some of their key projects, and we have actually come up with a 5-year strategic plan on doing this. But to note are the key lessons from this collaboration. We've noted that rapid prototyping is critical. You need to move fast. This technology is actually moving at a very fast pace. And we are also enjoying what we term shared governance. And it produces results fast. Sometimes we have to actually go and work at the parliament to actually produce something. And some of their staff are actually coming to the university. And it works fast. And then there is need for continuous skills transfer and in this process. So these are the key lessons from our lived experience. Next slide, please. So I think this has already been said by the minister. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. In order for us to have a strategic roadmap for AI-powered parliamentary excellence, we need to think about the future, and we need to do it now. I was at this other conference, and I spoke to one director in another SADC country, and I will not mention the name. But I want to say that we were talking about AI, and he said that, you know, this AI thing is just going to come. You know, we always play catch up. Maybe we'll catch up in 5-10 years. It's not our thing. And I don't think that was good talk. I actually told him point blank that you are a leader. You need to take decisive action. If you talk like this, what is the person in the bottom of the chain going to say if you're going to be talking like that? So we need to close the gap that is there from the digital divide by fostering local production and also supporting the people who are there locally. By prioritizing the strategic niches that are actually there. Like for instance, you note that the Googles of our time have got these systems that are now transcribing and translating in real time as of 2 weeks back. But they are not prioritizing the languages that are in the SADC region. Why? because there is no business case there. But the businesses in SADC should actually be prioritizing that. But they can't do that if Parliament and the government doesn't create the conducive environment for them to be able to do so. We need to enable small to medium enterprise innovators to publish AI strategies, also to have the triple helix collaboration between government, industry, and academia. And most of the times, this yields results. And I would say that this would also be able to help us to connect with the citizens that we serve. Last slide. So the key idea of this presentation is that AI is a transformative force that we cannot ignore any further as SADC. We need to be able to take decisive actions. I think the AI Council that was actually being talked about needs to actually start here. Countries like the UAE actually introduced a ministry for AI as far back as 2017, before ChatGPT was even pronounced or talked about. And these are some of the initiatives that we really need to take as the SADC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ronald Manibi, Center for AI Research at Bindura University of Science Education. You made a critical point around disruption, and everybody talks about disruption, that AI is going to disrupt the way we do business. People get scared about the word disruption because no one wants to be disrupted. But you then also said it will improve the way we do things. So let's stay positive. It will improve the way we do things. Distinguished delegates, Mr. President, allow me to call the next university, which is the Harare Institute of Technology, HIT. A round of applause as HIT comes forward.
Good morning to you all. Allow me to say our protocol observed. My name is Dr. Magadza. I'm the director for the Center for Artificial Intelligence at HIT. So what we do is we focus on harnessing data science and artificial intelligence to solve real-world problems. So within our work, working with various organizations, we have learned something. Can we go back to the first slide, please? We have learned something. And I don't want to talk about the technology like most of our previous speakers, but what we learned that is AI transformation begins with a purpose, not platforms, not tools. And when we sit back and ask ourselves, why do Parliament exist? From my knowledge and understanding, Parliament exists to represent people. Parliament exists to make laws that reflect the will and the needs of the people. Parliament exists to scrutinize the actions of the government. Parliament exists to ensure transparency and accountability. That's our purpose. And if I pose another question again, as parliamentarians, as speakers, how much do we know about the people that we are representing? How often do we interact with them? You know, we are living in this digitally empowered world where we no longer treat our citizens, the people that we represent, as isolated individuals, but as dynamic and interactive participants in a network. You know, these people, they are now well connected. Every day, They are influencing one another. Every day they are discussing what matters to them. And as parliamentarians, what is it that we are doing to tap into that space for us to be able to represent them well? So let's proceed. So what I'm going to talk about is some common misconceptions about AI and digital transformation. I'm going to speak about the digital, what it truly means when we say digital and AI transformation. I'm not going to talk about AI tools in parliamentary processes because it has already been discussed. Let's move on. Okay, let's move. Okay. So I often hear that people are saying we are being left behind. We need to catch up. Let's move with time. And it's all about technology. But the reality is transformation is about reimagining our core functions. Transformation is about reimagining our processes, our culture. Some of the processes, the functions that we are using today were as a result of constraints that were there back then. So with the emergence of this technology, we need to relook at how we do things. We need to relook at how we are impacting our various stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders. Without organizational change, technology alone won't lead to meaningful results. Without bringing in the change within the technology, within the organization, once we implemented the tools that we think will optimize our processes, then it's done. But in reality, we need to reimagine our organization, transform our parliaments, constantly transforming as our technological landscape is transforming. Let's move to the next. We often hear that let's adopt AI so that we optimize our processes. Let's adopt AI so that we automate and start to do things faster. But in reality, though efficient is a benefit, the real value lies in innovation. You know, the people that we represent, they don't care about our processes. What they care about is the end result. What is it that we are doing that is bringing in a change to what they are doing? We can deploy a system that automatically produces transcripts of proceedings that we are doing and publish it on our website in form of Hansards. But most of the people are not interested with that. And one of the important things, we think that availability is accessibility. Accessibility, it means people actually make use of the things that we are providing for them. It doesn't matter how fast we produce Hansard, as long as it is not affecting the people that we represent, we are just wasting resources. So, digital transformation, AI transformation, is not about just reducing cost, but it's about changing the way we do business. It's about creating value and experiences to the people that we represent. Then another misconception is that AI can fix everything. I think that's what we are hearing from the news, from the developers of technology. AI can change everything, that all the problems that we have. But AI is not a silver bullet. It's not a magical solution to all the problems. And we have heard from previous speakers that AI is just a tool, and its success depends on whether do we have the quality data. Do we have proper use cases? Do we have the change management? Do we integrate it tightly into our business processes? So that's what we need to do to make AI works. Let's move on to the next slide. So what is the true meaning of digital and AI transformation? So the transformation is about strategy. It's about change of mindset. What we need to do for us to succeed in terms of AI adoption, we need to change our mindset. And we have heard from previous speaker how we can change our mindset. And mindset we can change through education. That's what we need to do. We need to come up with strategies to address the problems that we are facing. We should not focus on what technology can do, but we should focus what are the fundamental problems that we want to address. And those are the areas that we need to focus. And technology is a means to an end, not an end itself. So the more we focus on technology, the more we are starting to be overburdened, because technology is changing every day. But what we need to do is, how can we harness this technology to address the problems that we are facing? So those are the things that we need to focus on. It's about using technology to reimagine and reinvent our core business itself. So it's not just about optimizing what we have, doing things at much faster rate, but it's about how do we reconfigure ourselves so that we can harness this technology to address the problems that we are facing. Those are the kind of mindset that we need. And one thing that I want to promise you is digital and AI transformation is not easy. Why is it not easy? Because it involves people, processes, and technology. And technology is no longer a problem. Technology is readily available. But the problem is people. How do we change people? We can have as many technologies as we want. We can adopt as many tools as we want. Unless we have change of mindset, we will not win. For a good example, if you still remember Nokia and BlackBerry. Long ago, Nokia was one of the global giants in terms of mobile manufacturing of mobile phones. But look at them right now. Where are they? We have BlackBerry. BlackBerry was a go-to phone for professionals like me. But look at them today. Where are they? It's because they failed to transform. They moved from 1 to 0. Why? Because they failed to transform. So transform or perish. So as speakers, what we need to do is we need to transform ourselves. And how do we start by transforming? If it means we need to change the people that are leading our IT teams, we need to do that. Those are the strategies. Because if the people who are leading us are not transformed themselves, it means whatever that we are doing, we are wasting time. And the most important thing is, as citizens, we don't care the processes that parliaments are using. What we care about is how is those processes affecting, how is it improving our way of life? That's what is really important. So what I want to urge you parliamentarians and speakers is, let's change mindset. And that's one thing that we really need to focus on. Can we move on to the last slide? I'm not going to talk about some of these things because our previous speakers have touched on them. So, of course, there's so much fear about artificial intelligence, how it's going to affect us. But you know what? Trust begins with exposure. The more we expose ourselves to these tools, the more we start to understand them. And what we need to do is we need to find domains that if we apply AI to them, they bring about the impact that we want. That's what we need. And for us to be able to change mindset, it means we really need to be able to incentivize people. We really need to give people, to show to the people that this technology really works. And to do that, we need to choose, start small, find the right bite size, the project that we can embark on, and then build upon the success from those projects. Then my final thought is the true power of AI lies in the ability to transform and reimagine our functions. As long as parliamentarians, as parliaments, as long as we are not transforming ourselves, we can have conferences and conferences. We can invest billions of dollars, but as long as our mindsets are still the same, all what we are doing is just a waste of public resources. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mugadza, Director, Center for AI Research at Harare Institute of Technology. I think the key takeaway from your presentation is, yes, the technology is brilliant, everything is good, but the people, you need to have a change of mindset by the people. But I think to the credit of SADC PF, the President who's here, the Honorable Speakers of Parliament, the fact that this conversation is taking place means that the change is there and the willingness is there. So we acknowledge that, and thank you once again for the presentation. Distinguished delegates, our last university presentation is from the University of Zimbabwe. Please go ahead. A round of applause as they prepare to take the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Moderator, and the protocol already established. Please raise your right hand if you can hear me. Please raise your right hand if you can hear me. Can you hear me at the back? Thank you very much. I come from a profession where when you are speaking, you must look and interpret the body language of those who are hearing you. So if you're in court and you're talking and the judge has put his pen on the table, he is communicating a message to you. So if I see people who are looking down, I think that is a body language to say, just greet us and go back and sit down. Let me thank my colleagues who have spoken before me. And if any one of you has not understood half of what they're talking about, we are together. I also didn't understand half of the things that they spoke about because I'm not from that technical field or discipline of AI. I'm a lawyer by training, and you can see the self-interest in my topic as well, regulation of AI. My view and that of my colleagues is that the regulation will come as quickly as possible so that our industry as lawyers can start making some money out of AI in their own way. Because it's through regulation that we are able to enforce certain standards. And if those standards are not enforced, it also means that we make a living out of that process. But let me just give you a summary of what I would have spoken about if I had enough time. The first point I was going to make is to support my colleagues in the argument they have made to say there is need for parliaments across the region to harness technology in their processes. I don't need to repeat that. I think that has been sufficiently covered by my colleagues. Probably I'll just make a few points there. Secondly, I will make an argument very strongly for the reasons I already given you, why we should address the issue of integration of AI and the risks that comes with that integration. And finally, I will just give an idea of the outlook out there as to how regulation is already shaping up. I think you heard from the minister talking about regulation. She spoke as a minister who is that space to say certain things, certain behaviors have to be regulated so that there's order in this sector. Next slide, please. My colleagues have spoken since morning about the advantages of harnessing AI in parliamentary processes. We are not talking about national parliaments only. In fact, we are speaking principally in terms of the SADC Parliamentary Forum itself, the PAP with my chief, Charumbira is here, who has that parliament, as well as the national parliaments that are represented here. In respect of this, we are looking at the traditional functions of a parliament. The legislative function, I heard someone saying parliament makes law, but I heard one judge saying law passes through parliament. Others think parliament makes law, others think law passes through parliament. It doesn't matter whether it passes through parliament or is made by parliament. At the end of the day, parliament plays a big role in terms of the legislative agenda. I want to repeat that. The enhanced research and analysis of the data, the data-heavy scenario of parliament, which my colleague spoke about, to say that there's a lot of information that is processed in parliament. How can we use AI to ensure that we optimize those processes? The next slide, please. Enhancement of public engagement. That's my next slide. Enhancement of public engagement is another traditional function of parliament, which is to engage with citizens through different processes. And AI tools would be able to facilitate that particular role as well. How about the oversight and monitoring of what we call government behavior? Government behavior is basically how government administers different laws, provides public service to its citizens, and how does parliament make that oversight role by utilizing AI tools, which my colleague spoke about. And finally, on why harness integration of AI tools, with my next slide, it'll be those 3 points: cost effectiveness, efficiency of time, comparative benchmarking. I spoke about. It's not only one country, it's not just for the sub-region, it's actually across the continent as well. How do we enhance comparative benchmarking with other places and continents? In Europe, I heard some people talking about Europe and how Europe has made progress in terms of regulation of this sector. And finally, the issue of evidence-based lawmaking. The law must not be made in a vacuum. It must speak to the realities of its people on the ground. How can we have tools that help us pick up that data on the ground to ensure that we are able to come up with laws that reflect the realities of our people? The next slide talks about what is already happening across the world in terms of, or our continent in terms of integration of AI systems. I won't say anything about this because I think my colleagues have spoken about some of these huge examples. But the next slide now introduces the issue of AI regulation. My colleagues have spoken at length about AI regulation. Why do we need to regulate AI? What do we mean by regulating AI? Are we regulating computers? Or we are regulating those who design, those who develop, and those who deploy AI systems? The law does not regulate AI systems. It regulates the behavior that is involved in their development, in their design, and in their deployment. That's the regulation that we are talking about. My colleagues have spoken at length, which is my next slide, which is a summary of why. What is the mischief that is behind development and deployment of AI systems that requires regulation? Please go to my next slide. Here's a summary of what they've spoken about. I won't repeat this. Accountability, transparency, and explainability. bias and fairness, that some systems are built by someone who is intentionally inputting bias within those systems. Could be racial bias, could be gender-based bias, because these are machines that are inputting information. So someone can mischievously do that. I use an example of a job application where most of these applications are shortlisted by a robot. And if there was mischief in inputting racial bias in that particular robot, it means that it will not shortlist anyone who is not identified by that particular algorithm in that particular robot. That information that can be inputted in the development of robots, in development of AI systems, in which form they come in. Data privacy and security, I think we have gone a long way in trying to ensure that there is regulation around this issue, as I'll show you. A lot of countries represented in this particular room have gone a long way in terms of adopting cybersecurity and data protection laws in their own country. It's just the beginning of the process. We are not there yet. So if you like, as a lawmaker, there is no law that is made without a mischief. What is the mischief in the integration of AI systems that regulations should deal with? That slide is a summary of the mischief that needs to be dealt with. Let's make sure that there's transparency, the way decisions are made by those automated machines. You should be able to explain the basis of making a decision. So when we talk about regulation out there, what has happened so far? What is the outlook? What should we watch out for? In summary, I can tell you that the issue of regulation is just beginning. It's just beginning to take form. It's just beginning to make small trends. We can't really talk of trends because the sample is too small for us to talk about trends. If 5 countries out of 190 countries have adopted a law, can you actually call that a trend? Probably it's too early in the process to be talking about trends and so on and so on. But let me just give you an outlook of what has been happening in our own region. I think that the model law on data protection that has been adopted in 2013, probably before we started to talk about AI in detail, represents those early efforts by our region to do so. But you're also aware of the Windhoek statement on AI system in Southern Africa could be, for me, the latest detailed, accurate and direct conversation between our member states in the region on their intentions across the sub-region. If you look through that statement, it shows you where, or our aspirations in the sub-region, where we intend to go. The African Union, as mentioned yesterday, has already adopted a strategy. So there's no law yet. There is simply a strategy for the continent. You'd expect the African Union to be taking that stance because it's an intergovernmental organization, probably more suited at this stage to be issuing these strategies to guide member states in terms of development specific thematic issues. In this case, it is the AU strategy on AI, which has got the African Union strategy on AI. It's my next slide that I'm talking about now. I want the audience to just have a look at it. So the 5 pillars: harnessing the benefits of AI, the African people. Number 2, addressing risks that we are talking, fostering regional and international cooperation, and then stimulating public and private investment. Please move to the next slide and keep moving. That's the European, I'll give you a summary at the end. The European model, another European model of regulation. United States model of regulation. We have a good example of Brazil, have been told about it. And keep going to key lessons on global AI regulation. That's where I want to end at. I made the remark that probably regulation is still in its infancy. We cannot talk of trends. We see policies around being developed. The minister said in Zimbabwe, a policy is being developed. In some other countries, in Southern Africa, they've already also developed policies. Probably not legislation for the time being. But what I've seen, or my impressions as far as regulation is concerned. The first point is diversity of approaches. When you go through the slides in detail, you see that in some cases, states have taken a legislative approach where they've come up with a law that is binding and enforceable to regulate AI systems or its development or its deployment or even its decommissioning. But in other places, they focused on just principles, non-binding principles. They're encouraging self-regulation of actors who are involved in the development and deployment of AI systems, as opposed to regulation. By regulation, I mean enactment of laws that are binding and enforceable, the laws as we know them. They've taken the risk-based framework. My colleagues here spoke about different categories of AI systems. So regulation has taken another form where they are looking at the risk level of an AI system and took a proportional approach to say the higher the risk the system is, the higher or the tighter should be the regulation. The lower the risk the system is, probably there's just need for minimum regulation. The balancing act. There is a continuous challenge of balancing innovation and as well as encouragement of innovation. Some would argue that regulation or over-regulation of any sector will probably kill innovation. So these systems, because they adopt different approaches and strategies, is to ensure that they have a balancing act in terms of allowing innovation to continue, but at the same time making sure that it does so responsibly. International collaboration, I've spoken about this. The pacing problem, which my colleagues spoke about. AI systems are being developed and deployed quickly, much faster than adoption of policies and regulations. In your current parliaments, as I speak, you are already using AI. If your officers are using AI to conduct research, the parliament is already using AI. But is that regulated? It's not regulated. Probably are waiting for a time when you can actually see and touch AI and say, now we need to regulate it. It's already being used. And it's moving quicker. The same platform you used this morning, if you used it in the afternoon, it gives you a different feedback. Why? Because it's developing and developing so fast. And regulation actually is behind. However, enforcement is key. It's important to ensure that development of AI systems and their regulation for responsible development, deployment, and decommissioning is critical. Finally, what therefore is the future of regulation? Just my thoughts. What is the future of regulation? My previous speaker spoke about the impact of AI systems on the people. That is what matters. That is what counts. What is the impact? Focus on the impact AI systems have on the lives of the citizens of the sub-region. That should be the focus. How do we better protect? How do we better protect the citizens of the sub-region from the impacts of AI systems that are deployed by actors in this region or those coming across? Expertise in AI to effectively oversee its development and deployment. Without knowledge, we regulate out of fear. What is this thing called AI? There must be a law against it. There must be a law to regulate it. But we must first of all understand what AI is. Understand how AI works. Understand the benefits of AI. But also internalize in detail the risks that are posed by AI in terms of its engagement with people. people on a day-to-day basis. So the capacity of governments and regulators, that is why academic institutions offered their availability to
You have
develop
1 minute,
modules.
1 minute to wrap it up, 1 minute to wrap it up.
The multi-stakeholder approach, thank you, Honorable Moderator. I'm on my last slide, and on my last point. There must be a flexible approach to regulation. I've said it's too early to talk about a trend. Is it non-binding principles that you want to use in your system, or enactment of laws to regulate deployment and development of AI systems? What you have seen, the trend is that there is a combination. In some countries, there's a combination of the two. A binding law, but also soft laws or soft principles that regulate or guide developers of these systems. Then the harmonization. And I'm glad that the minister spoke at length about this not being a one-country project. It must be a cross-border project. It must be a sub-region project that puts all the infrastructure of SADC together to ensure that even the regulation itself is not independent. It's not in silos, it's not isolated. It's regulation that is harmonized across the sub-region as far as possible. That is why we cannot wait to see the model law on AI coming up. But that law will provide a framework which SADC member states will be able to utilize as they develop their policies, as well as they develop their legislation to regulate AI systems. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mutangi from the University of Zimbabwe, for that perspective, which is not technological, but focuses on what we need to do. Mr. President of SADC PF, honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, at this stage we will take a very short break for tea and coffee, just for 15 minutes. Right now it's 20 minutes past, so if we can all be back in 15 minutes, 25 minutes to 12, then we will have the plenary session, and I will invite Mr. Kennedy Chokuda to moderate the plenary session. Once again, I want to thank you for your attention and thank the presenters so far for their excellent presentations. I thank you.
Victoria Falls, where we are attending the SADC Parliamentary Forum, that's right, the 57th edition. It's the day of the symposium, and it is so refreshing to note that all relevant players are aware of the pros and cons of this gigantic step, which is not only relevant but necessary. There is need to ensure that there is relevant supporting structures to make this efficient and effective as it contributes to a faster decision making. And of course, let's not forget that it is human intelligence that gives AI data and information. How do we avoid miscommunication, in fact misinformation, pardon me, while making this work? Data security, right to privacy, limitations and unimaginable possibilities as well as opportunities. But rest easy, because humanity is still in control as far as input is concerned. Various parliamentary leaders from our region and the universities are deliberating and sharing their perspectives today. The two words keep popping up: infrastructure and budget. And please note that someday artificial intelligence will evolve into a super intelligence, so we need to be mindful of the input morally, culturally and otherwise, so that progressively its purpose will infinitely be to serve humankind. Key phrase of being ethical, artificial intelligence, key focus in all this now being to make sure that this works as far as incorporating is concerned. And now I'm handing over to Dora, who is currently waiting.
We are going for a break right now. We've been here in the symposium and we've seen different speakers from different universities. And for now, what I can say is AI is here and it's up to us to embrace it. For now, we're taking you back to the studio, but we will be back after this break.
The Venda or Venda are an amalgamation of Bantu-speaking people living mostly near the Zimbabwean and South African border. In Zimbabwe, they are found mainly in Beitbridge and are among the many cultural groups that live in the Rainbow Province of Matabeleland South. But what sets them apart from other tribes in Zimbabwe is how the people have managed to preserve their culture when many have discarded their norms and values and are following the Western way of life. Today we take a look at the origins, history and culture of the Venda people, as well as share hopes and aspirations of communities under Chief Staudze, while also highlighting the socio-economic challenges they are facing. The people were today referred to as Great Lakes area in East Central Africa in the 11th and 12th centuries. They are said to be the first black and were ruled by Chief Tohoyando, which translates to head of the elephant. Their move was in the quest for arable land and better living conditions. Politician, educationist and author Ambassador Aaron Maboi explains that history.
We are informed too that the Venda originated from Central Africa in the Congo region, and what transpired or what pushed them to move forward was the Congo was getting too wet, and they felt that it wasn't enjoyable to be in that wet kind of situation, because the Venda themselves believed in staying on mountains, on high ground. And so the tradition says the Venda had a drum called Ngoma Lungundu. This was a huge drum that was normally carried by not less than 4 men, with the logs on their shoulders, the drum in between them, and there would be 2 people on either side hitting the drum, which would vibrate and send its sound long distances around the place where it was. This drum was called Ngoma Lungundu. During that time, it is alleged that the Venda were under one great king, not chief, called Toho Yando, the head of an elephant. That is what Toho Yando means. So they decided to leave that area, migrate away from the Congo towards the southeast, which they believed was a higher area and they could see mountains. I'm sure they were able to see mountains like Mount Kenya, Mount Kilimanjaro, and so on, and must have been attracted by those mountains. So they moved towards the east. Once they got to the east, they started drifting towards the south, looking for better land, because Vendas were naturally pastoralists. In other words, keeping cattle. So they were always on the move looking for grazing land. And today we can almost confirm, you see, that the East Africa is one of those areas with lots of wildlife, with animals and so on. And so they kept on moving towards the south as they grazed their cattle, who move with their times, with their cattle and so on, until they got to the Limpopo. I'm cutting a very long story short. Once they got to Limpopo, or just before they got to Limpopo, it is alleged that they stopped at Great Zimbabwe. And at Great Zimbabwe, they met with the Karanga people. And because of their Ngomalungundu, they were believed to have certain magical attributes. And hence at Zimbabwe they were welcomed by the Karanga because they believed they had certain healing powers, they had certain magical powers, and the Vendas were believed to be rainmakers, and the Karanga people appreciated that kind some years within Great Zimbabwe. And they proceeded then further to the south. And towards the south, because they had actually seen the Great Zimbabwe, they also constructed a similar kind of enclosure or building out of stone called Mapunguhe. This is where the Venda congregated just across the Limpopo, currently in what we call the Limpopo province. Now once they were there, well, like people, they had their own lives, their own infights, and so on. And one significant war that emerged among them was a war between Vele Lambeo, that was one leader, and Mpepu. And that war resulted in one of them, namely Mpepu, actually living that area across the Limpopo and coming back across the Limpopo into current Zimbabwe. And usually there were two causes: their own internal fights, and also the Boers. The Boers were already also coming from the south towards the north, and there was a clash. It is alleged that one of these King Velelambeu was supported by the Boers, and hence they clashed. And eventually Mpepu was defeated, and he crossed into Zimbabwe. And it is this Mpepu who went as far as Mount Buhwa, which is in Mberengwa today, and formed his own dynasty or clan or whatever you want to call it out there. This is why you will find that among the Karanga you have people with that totem of Jo, Ndo, the elephant, taking from the Venda that significant Toho, Yando, the head of the elephant. So basically that is the historical element. When peace was restored, some of these Vendas opted not to go back to South Africa because of the kind of historical incidents they had seen, and decided to stay in Zimbabwe. Those are the people who formed the nucleus of the Venda that are in Zimbabwe today.
Bishop Mashudu Makamleya also shares the origins of the Venda, while Comrade Kembo Mohadi spoke about the relationship between the Venda and other ethnic groups under the Ndebele umbrella.
Ngibangiyazi kuphela ukuthi abantu bakithi thina bavele ngaphi ngoba bachiyana amavenda thina ribaleya so baleya rine rikobva Soutpansberg, South Africa. Ndisadivi vamwe ngauri huna baleya, huna badau, huna dzindou, huna balaudzi. So asi bathu be ba grouped ba petuti ndi bathu ba bachisiyana siyana. So sarine babaleya batwa namba bachilungulera bachibwe cha mabili bachibike cha malondo rivari chibva South Africa Soutpansberg ne makuru wanga banofibo chakuma bobva basiya mamwe mashaka avo eningei banenneso ativadivi isokodiva pedzi uri makuru wanga baba chipfi bochakuma ebada Messina badzula Messina bachie ba kopa hila ni bachita bachene po bachita mushumo honoyo ari makuwa bachida baba bachi bo visa batu apala makuru anga boba bachidzula nga kaimwe brege yo bachipfi chamtokwe henepo ndione baba bachidzula na bana babo babva henepo makuru wanga uchibojiwa mabulasi bulasi yahone yebone baba chidzula ichifi chamtokwe bachibva henepo bachiwera Limpopo bawelera badabregeni ine yapfi Mukungwe ire ina zvimwe zvikwara zvezvava zvione zvinopfi bera vatu badabadzura hone na zvifuwo zvavo vana vavo makuru wanga utanganyisa na kotsi yanga badova futi bone makuru wanga basara ngeno badzura ngeno babuya baroba heni ngeno babulungwa heni ngeno mara vana vavo bamwe bototo bahumera futi eninge South Africa mara bamwe basichasvika chakuma babo babatu bane badzula sekwa Chivasa Mangani Hamdimeli baba bachibodzula kazi buregedzo zopambana nawo
asithandi ukuzithengisela phakathi kwabantu but yithi amakhosi alapha liyakwazi ukuthi kusobala layo umzilikazi inkosi yodlanga layo uNdamula izinyanga zakhe zazingamavenda so lapho kuzwela kona imbuso yenu ngiyalizwe leke lithi lifuna ubukhosi benu bubuye ngale ngikhuluma ngalamavenda akubuye akeziqhenye ukhona ubaba uMaduna uyakwazi lokho ukuthi kunjalo sasivele sibuza sonke so lawo amandebele ukuthi kuthiwa kumaMandebele asiyo nganguni wodwa kunabantu abavela kwezinye indawo kunabantu abangena embusweni wesindebeleni bathiwa ngamaNdebele namnje amavenda akhona phakathi konapho thina amavenda yithi esavele silemvume ukukhuluma loNkulunkulu siphendulane loNkulunkulu sithi uNkulunkulu sifuna lokho sithele uNkulunkulu abe khona amacimbi so yithi kuphela sifuna ukuthi sikhulume loNkulunkulu lina zonke ezinye izizwe zikhuluma loNkulunkulu but thina sikhuluma loNkulunkulu so ukukhuluma loNkulunkulu ngubani? That's what we are.
This ethnic group speaks the Venda language or Chivenda, which is a Bantu language. The language has strong links with Shona but uses many words derived from Sesotho. Venda is not only spoken in Beitbridge, but it is also taught in schools in order to ensure that the language is preserved. Although the Venda culture has been diluted, the ethnic turns to the people of Beitbridge.
Nxa sikhuluma ngeculture esingathi ngamasiko, sikhuluma ngendlela esiphila ngayo ubuyithi bethu. Nxa asithi usuka lapha kumbe usuka kwelinye lizwe usiya eZimbabwe, ukhangelele ukuthi okokuqala abantu asithi ubakubingelela njani, bakwamukela njani lisiko lethu lelo. Abantu bona ngokwabo bagqoka njani, lolimi abakhuluma ngalo lulimi bani, lokuziphatha nje benza njani izinto zabo. Kunengi ke okutholakala ku culture. Sengikhulume ngezembatho, ukudla is part of our culture. Indlela esiphilisana ngayo labo makhelwane is part of our culture. Ukulungiswa kokudla, ukuphekwa kokudla.
Emavendeni la, amavenda la, we have got our own culture. Even if it is now diluted, thina siyasoka. Sasingonga sokanga uyindoda ukhuluma mawe bawani. Arathi lishukuru lathi jirakoro. Hoba tudara ushukuru awuthuli koroni, awuthuli ngamanda. Again, hoba you are dirty, you are a child. Takana saori yapo mapepo. Again, utapo pali basimana bali mpuni mabasali. So that's who we are, and that's our culture. And our culture is not very different from the culture of the people of God. Amajuto kanjani bayasoka nje ngathi vele into engazawo idala do not want that. You say you are all dirty.
There is a lot to admire about the Venda culture today because even young children are still being taught various practices in life.
But the Venda are a unique people in the sense that they are closely knit and their practices are controlled very, very strongly by the female line of people. For example, the aunt, Ubabagazi in Ndebele, is a very strong person among the Venda. All matters, say, of marriage have to come through, and the marriages have to be controlled by that female head. The ceremonies that are conducted, particularly among the girls, are usually conducted by the females in the Venda, particularly among the girls and the male. The male always go to Mula, what we call Mula. That is the circumcision ceremony. And the girls go through Busha. That is where they are also taught to be a woman and how to manage as a woman, the responsibilities of a woman.
Njengabazukulu besifendeni njengami ngumzukulu wesikhosini sifundiswa ukukhula siziphatha kahle lokuhlonipha ikakhulu esivendeni njengoba libona induna uchief Stawudze nxa inkazana nxa ukhula uyafundiswa ukulala phansi esikuthi ikurosha ngesivenda okutshengisela inhlonipho enkulu esivendeni into eyenzakalayo noma usiya kwenda ufika lapho endela khona utshengisa inhlonipho ngokubarosha uhlala phansi uba bingelela ngayo nalendlela abantwana njengakulezi insuku kulemkhuhlane etshiyeneyo kulabo gogo asebebakhulu ababathathayo babase lapho kufanele khona ukuthi baye bafundisa ukubana baziphatha njani unkazana wesivendeni ukhula njani uhlonipha afike ngapi kunengi okufundiswayo labafana labo balohlatsheruwa
mune abona zwithu zwine asa zwiḓivhi zwi tshi bva kha ene uko shavhela kha muthu muhulwane uyu ṅwana unoitani ono aluwa vavo mudzhia vavo mudzhenisa nduni vavo muitela zwa Tshivenḓa huna mishonga inoitiwa harindeliwa poriji ringa madekwana vaiteni vanambe vamuhumisele kha vhabebi vawe kha vhabebi vawe vha khou swika havhalani vhathu mukegulu onoyo u khou swika ene ayamba na vhabebi vha musidzana hulani uri hai ṅwana ni tshi vhona asa vhonali hapa o ḓa muṱani wanga ṅwana ende vha khou vha tshi ita na Tshivenḓa uri ṅwana o sema vhakegulu vhono rala sa zwi havhalani vha ḓo ri hai ro zwipfa vha vho kona u ṱanganedza ṅwana wavho ngori vha sa ralo vha vho ḓo humbula uri angavha o shavhela gai kha vhatukana mara vha ita nga u ralo vha khou ṱanganedza zwavhuḓi u vhona mba a ḓivhea uri hoyu ṅwana ono vha khomba ono ralo uwe imela uri aisiwe thondoni Musanda ayambiwa Musanda huna chifhinga cha u lidza ngoma uchichineliwa havhalani amakazana ankona uchichineliwa vana sala muṱani wa vha Musanda vha tshi khou laiwa vha henengei muṱani wa Musanda havana maḓuvha o dovha futhi havhuya vhaṅwe dziṅwe dzikhomba dza dza China vhala vha tshi khou fhedzisa vha tshi khou khwakhwatha havhalani vha tshi sala vhala vha khou namba vha fhelekedzwa vha ya gai vha ya miḓini yavho ndone u hulisa ri na ita vhasidzana
kana gudisa vana hayani ndi baso bana zwifuwo na u thetshelesa mkhotsi uri muthu una muthu muḓini u thetshelesa khotsi yawu kana u khou ḓa vhaeni hlonipha vhaeni u vhoni uri na vhaeni kheba u vha hloniphe na zwoṱhe ni fana uri kana ya futoa kutela vho maḓi atuwa ayonkela to ndredela vho khuni nga vha tsakwanisa atuwa ndredela vho khuni na u shela mutani zwikolani na u ita mavu dzikishini nepa na uri vana ṅwana musidzana aluwe a tshi ḓibasoba a songo gidimela zwa u nyanga vhatuka vhanna amadoda.
Most cultures around the world are still being recognized by the way they dress. Although the Venda have also been swayed by the Western type of dressing, the ethnic group always makes it a point that during important social and religious gatherings, they are clad in their traditional Venda attire. Ulosha, which is a show of respect for respectable members of society, is still being practiced.
Vo makhadzi vahone na vo mane va kudzula navo vana va tshi va vhudza uri kharali iwe u tshi khou nyaga u ita muthu wavhuḓi u fanela u ṱhompha vhathu u vhe ṅwana wavhuḓi u tshi ṱangana na vhathu vhahulwane u khou funa u ṱhompha u yambe navo wo dzika u songo ita sa muthu ano penga kharali u tshi ya vhuhadzi u fanela u ṱhompha vho mazwale vha ya khothiwa vho mazwale vha ya loshiwa u tshi isa zwiḽiwa u khou fanela u gwadama na uri u tshi vuwa nga matsheloni u khou ya kha vho mazwale vho vuwa hani ndi wone mulayo wa Tshivenḓa hai kona u sokou vuwa wa nga nowa hai a ri nyagi na misini a tshi khou ṱuwa vhuhadzi nango o shavhela vho rine ri khou kwanisa uri a tshi ḓisiwa nga zhendedzi a vha na vho makhadzi vha dzula nae fhasi vha mufha mulayo woṱhe wa henengei vhuhadzi a tshi swika vhuhadzi u khou fhiwa futhi vho makhadzi henengei u ḓo vha na mme muthihi vha no ḓo mu vhudza uri hafhanoni hu itiwa hezwi na hezwi na hezwi kana uchinya godzura hapa mtani.
Vendors who mainly survive on farming rely mostly on the crops they grow for food. The women here say the vendor cuisine is a combination of grains and vegetables, food they believe is healthy for their bodies.
Ula ratakalera ndi zviliwa zvakusva amavere au kuiwa richisinda unganichibona richisinda richikuya ndizvone zviliwa zvashu aringodhoora ula zviliwa zvinokugaiwa ukotakalera ula dziponda nanawa namadzamanga mapuri zvithu zvote zvirimwa zvinera kuzvirima namashonja ndizvone zviliwa zvinera fa zvichikoritakadza apa shangoni lashu zvisina mapfura ngamanda rina dzitebvu dzaudekiwa dzila riyabhika mukumbi ngamafura radhorura ane rakwanisa kudhora ngawo mafura katebvu kamufura richiwana kamufura ndizvone zviliwa ane razvidhowera risanidziti zvithu zvine zvanga mafuri riyakwanisa kuzvibhika radhova ranwa ine rarindikobvu musobho wahone ngamachero richipa vana vashu nachitampa chine rabhika chikori chosindiwa rachitanganisa nanduu raita chitampa radhovapo rabhika chikori chotanganisa razviita ravariya ndizvone zviliwa zvine rakufa zvichiritakadza miviri yashu navana vashu ine zviliwa zvine razvitakarira rabhika mavere ahone riyaisa dzitebvu ratanganisa natebvu raita chitampa richikula richikuzvitanganisa ndizvone zviliwa zvashango nelashu zvorazvidhowera zvenezvi midzamanga ndiyo nene rakuibhika namadherere riala ndizvone zviliwa zvashu zvine razvitakarira pano hashu ngamanda mavere ndiyone anokuvibva shango nelashu pano ane rabhika ngawo mahalwa maheu dziporiji dzavana vashu risaisi dzichugera ndizvone zviliwa zvashu zvenezvi zvine razvitakarira zvinoita vana vashu vave namanda narine zvichitota marwadze ngauri arizvichumisi richiisa mapfura ritozvibhika pedzimirora ikoya namapi amakapa dzikoromo dzacho dzehaniwa mapi amakapa ruvisi vana vashu vayanwa raita namapi enewo aruvomba nerakuungura ruvomba rono radhovapo rarupisa raita mapfura audhora mivirini yashu ravana vana vashu vava budhi vasabhalenga chizvipinga zvenezvi zvapepa riyazvishumisa izvi
tinawo kudla lokudzitanda madzamanga mashonja mabhoti anowana kamuri nofimupani matarini ahona nadhovi topi ndikwanga mapuri nahalwa hachivatu utudzwanga mutudzo izvo izvo zvine ratakalira ngamanda pano zote chivendani mini chikolomo mapi makata abva kakolomo dzere pano ndizvone rikachipfa chikwavhenda hala hacho rishumisa dzikavo mari kana ronoita hava mukadzikavo rivokwanisa ronokambwa rivochina
In a bid to preserve all cultures in the province, the National Arts Council of Zimbabwe has been working with traditional leaders in the province to establish cultural centers that will preserve and promote different cultures.
Esikwenzayo ukuthi abantu sesinanzelele ukuthi isiko bafisa ukuthi livuselelwe lisesekhona njalo liyabonakala. So sesithi ke thina kuma cultural centers sifisa ukuthi sibone indlela abantu abakhangayo asithi nxa ungena emzini kuyini koza kuthola right nganika umzekeliso sikhayilela ukuthi sizabona umkulu ukhona ku-cultural center. Sikhangele ukuthi sizabona indlu yabadala eyokulala izikhona izindlu ezinjalo. Sikhangelele ukuthi siza njalo sibe silitshengise ngalokho esithi ngama-arts. I-arts le singathi thina for instance abantu abahlabelayo sikhangelele ukuthi benze bazipho abantu abazakwenzela khona imidlalo eyiyo esinika i-culture yethu esingathi kumbe khona ukuthi bayahlabela benza konke siyafaka futhi ama-stage.
The Cultural Center under Chief Astauze has been held by the community, as it has also seen the establishment of structures to promote vendor games.
Ndione chishumiswa ngabakala bachitamba ntsoro yabo aya magoti mabiri aya opponent doba ingei mumwe abdoba angeno akowinisa ndione magoti amabiri aya bachimisa matombo aya kuti bini bakochimidza hanhani. I think vamwe vakodiva urione even lidroboni ndobona vatu vachisidzana vachishumisa matombo aya vachitadza ntsoro dzavo. The same game but yadevelopa yava ngandira henei.
With great potential to transform the lives of the residents here. It is endowed with vast natural resources which include diamonds and coal, but the youths here have no jobs and continue to cross into South Africa in search of the so-called greener pastures.
Morning once again. We're still here at the Elephant Hills Hotel where the SADC Parliamentary Forum is having its 57th plenary assembly session, and this morning we are having the symposium where the parliamentarians are dwelling in deeper into the theme, which is harnessing artificial intelligence, for ICT being one of the speakers. She went through government policies and government interventions that can be done in order to enhance artificial intelligence in different countries in the SADC region. We also have had different speakers from representing different universities here in Zimbabwe who also went through some of the topics under artificial intelligence that the parliamentarians need to be aware of.
Yes, indeed. It was very interesting to hear the digital aspects to implementing AI into everyday operations of Parliament and other sectors. And of course, we need to understand that we represent.
We have come from the break and we will be taking you back to the main session once again.
Indeed. We will be back with more updates.
Worried about the pace, and I think we should not rush. Though it's very important, as you know, there's cyber hacking. This will change the lives of our people. It should not be only for the elite. It should not only about us as parliamentarians. It should go to the ward level, to an ordinary citizen of any country in Africa. Then, therefore, I will say as Africa as well. But for now, really, for me, I think we there's a vast difference between us and there's, well, inverted commas, poor people of this country, because some of the poor people in this country have no access to electricity as well to smartphones as we speak here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The honourable member next to you. Okay. The honourable member next to you.
Thank you, Chair, and protocol observed. My name is Lindelwa. My surname is Dunjwa. I'm from South Africa. In appreciating these profound presentations, there's one thing that I missed, because technology in Africa came very late. I would have thought that presenters will then emphasize the importance of technology starting from early childhood development and go up, because The world of work has changed, and therefore the curriculum of all institutions of education, early childhood development, we call in South Africa lower primary, higher primary, up to institutions of higher learning. And ignore my ignorance, Chair. We call in South Africa TVET colleges. I didn't hear any, I don't know whether Zimbabwe have, we call TVET colleges. There are universities, there are technicons, there are also what is called TVET colleges in South Africa, where we develop skills. So if I can maybe just be told that, that you are not having. But my main concern is that you were more talking about higher institutions than coming from the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you.
That bothers me a little. And that is, first of all, I know the fact that what you get in AI depends on data. It's what you put in that determines what you can get out. I take that point. But I'm concerned, and I speak from experience, that sometimes what we get out of AI tends to be formulaic and standard. And I'm speaking about that on AI because of the similarities in expression and so on that come out. If we are going to have outcomes that are standardized, uniform, that tend to be standardized and uniform, rather than very specifically contextualized. And I'm speaking of whether this can be, whether the same thing that I'm speaking about can apply to, for example, laws and policies and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a hand from Angola.
Muito obrigada, senhor moderador. Eu também reconheço que foram aqui apresentadas brilhantes intervenções.
Thank you very much. The University of Zimbabwe is working to provide capacity building to members of parliament from Zimbabwe and the region. AR, and I do not wish to repeat earlier statements, but I have a question with regards to some disruptive technologies that create some business environment realities. We do face problems of lack of capital. Even to do some basic projects, we do face lack of capital. While we face problems of provision of water and sanitation and electricity to our people, how do we gather major capital to provide our access to AR? Second question. It is related to natural resources, in particular access to critical minerals. We mentioned before that most of our countries are endowed with minerals, and we know about beneficiation to other countries beyond the region. We need to consider modalities to ensure that our minerals are processed in our countries as a way to create local jobs. It was mentioned here by the academics that they are training the youth. And as I mentioned earlier, that we need to different type of training to equip them to be at part in order to make sure we are back on the right track as those that welcome AR and they can make use of AR to the benefit of our people. For example, in the URT and in the use of you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Luisa Damião. I would like to commend the SADC-PF for choosing such a theme of great importance to all of us. Also, I would like to commend all the presenters for their brilliant presentations. AR is not a futuristic concept. It is changing right here, right now, how we communicate, how we do govern. For SADC Parliament, this reality represents a decisive moment. Either we resist change or we embrace it with courage and responsibility. Artificial intelligence brings about speedy processing and of data and the use of digital systems, and perhaps the most important electorate in our work. Let us take note that for every need to ensure that AR should observe human rights, data, privacy, sovereignty of nations. We also need to set legal benchmarks. The use of AR to prevent abuses. We need to have strong, robust institutions and to capacitate our MPs and parliaments to allow them to understand and provide oversight in the strategic use of AR. It is imperative that we should forge forward, promote exchange of good practices between our regional parliaments, deepen our cooperation as to ensure that the benefits of AR should be shared equitably and sustainably. I therefore consider that this plenary assembly is not a mere workshop, but it is a turning point that allows us to uptake the commitment to change our parliaments into modern, effective organization that responds to the aspiration of our people. Let AR be an ally, a pillar of democracy, and not a threat. Let it amplify the voices of the citizens. We know that the integration of artificial AR should not be done in a fragmented manner. We need to apply a coordinated approach based on clear public policies and institutional operability and promoting regional integration. This, for sure, requires us to provide coordinated investment and to invest in cybersecurity within SADC. If we do adopt it as a wider strategy of institutions, whereas the public and private institutions can work hand in hand. There is no doubt in my mind that we need to ensure, we need to promote digital training to our parliamentary staff and to the population at large, because countries, since basic education to tertiary education. Chairperson, we need to take advantage of AI in a strategic and sustainable manner. Otherwise, we risk to deepen to deepen separations, we need to strengthen the use of AR.
I think we must stick to the modalities put forward by our moderator. Ask questions for clarification. Statements will come later.
Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to thank the presenters. Presentations were top-notch, but I'm a little bit worried. I think the fellow comrades, I'm not attacking you, but look at the row. It's only males there. Except our woman minister who presented. So I'm a little bit worried. How are you going to help us as women? How are you going to encourage us? How are you going to bring us on board as women? Because I see now we are going to be fighting in Parliament when we are supposed to be going to show. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm not sure who I should direct it to, but the blockchain concept, which I seemed to like, particularly in that it enhances collaboration, engagement with the citizenry. But what I need to be maybe educated on is the question of how that might relate to the AUI model of Brazil Chamber of Deputies, because someone there indicated that we might benchmark on that one. Give the dilemma of digital divide. How do we go about with this digital divide? We have been hammered, if I may use that word, because of lack of a better word, about job losses, not particularly taking our jobs as parliamentarians, but we look at this thing at a micro level, national level. The minister for ITC in this country couldn't have hit the nail on the head when he said the first step to go is to have an adoption framework. My interest would be, how do we go about that? Because that's us. But we look at a national and regional perspective of this matter. And lastly, Mr. Moderator, the ethical considerations, they can come from various levels. We haven't been told anything, yet that thing is there. We know about what, and someone explained, how do we, the bad side of it, they are there. We need to know how we can come to terms with them. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Lesotho.
Thank you, Moderator. I have two questions. The first one relates to regulation. Ready to regulate that it is too early to try to impose regulation, because that will stunt the ability to innovate. And yet in his conclusion, he talked about, I think very strongly again, recommended a model SADC law. I thought that was a contradiction in terms. If it is too early to regulate, how then do you have a model law? The second question has to do with relevance. The speaker, I think from Angola, touched on something that I find very interesting. AI is going to be dominating the lives of our people. But are we able to use AI to solve our real relevant problems? These are problems of unemployment and, more importantly, as related to beneficiation. We know that all our countries are still exporting raw materials without beneficiation or value addition. And I didn't hear any of the speakers mention AI vis-a-vis beneficiation and value addition. Can I now probe the speakers to think about that? Thank you very much.
There's a hand from South Africa and Mozambique.
From
then
Mozambique.
we'll allow the
From Mozambique.
facilitators to respond.
Thank you.
We have another round. I can see a few more hands coming up.
Opa.
Thank you.
They are hiding us. The journalists.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Kenny Muimang from South Africa. Let me also join the queue that express appreciation to the presenters for their insightful suggestions and reflections. And the message driven home is that artificial intelligence in Parliament will not only support the efficiency of parliamentary operations but also enhance the democratic process. The two questions that I want to ask relates to, one, the areas of the Parliament, the integrity of Parliament lies in public awareness, transparent consensus building and open decision making, and also broadening public participation and the process of ensuring executive accountability. Now the question is, how will artificial intelligence tools enhance the public understanding of parliamentary proceedings, decision making and broadcasting parliamentary proceedings? The second question relates to the fact that Parliament's existence is steeped in traditions, incorporating practices, ritual procedures that are rooted in their historical development. And these traditions often reflect the power dynamics and the evolution of parliamentary governance. They are also derived from constitutions and laws that stipulate their powers and relationships of the political office bearers and institutions. This includes critical laws like powers and privileges of the question to the panelists, especially the University of Zimbabwe, Dr. Mutanyi, is as follows. While we embrace artificial intelligence, we also preserve the democratic integrity in Parliament, particularly in the decision-making laws, public engagement, and the use of parliamentary oversight, including such as debates, questions, and motions that are critical for holding the executive accountable. Also, to ensure that as parliamentarians we raise issues facing our communities, which is quite critical. So the question is, how do we ensure that artificial intelligence embraces the preservation of democratic integrity in Parliament, particularly in making laws, public engagement, and the use of parliamentary oversight? Thank you.
Thank you. Mozambique.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak in Portuguese because some words of English has gone away. Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Senhora Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar. e obedecemos todo o protocolo. Poucas perguntas queríamos fazer.
We have a few questions. The African development has to do with external influence, and sometimes this influence act in a different manner, making that the other countries advance and others stay behind. Therefore, so we have this chance to use the AI. We don't have the capacity to produce equipment that may help to realize the dreams in a quick manner. Therefore, we definitely agree as a country this is a process that will take time to achieve its conclusion. So, the first greeting that we want to do is to Zimbabwe. According to the topic, Zimbabwe has stated that, unless I'm mistaken, that they has started with producing the laptop. Zimbabwe has started producing the laptop, even the computers. This is a very good initiative. As soon as this production evolve and do not bring inefficiency in terms of stealing the information by other countries. That's why we want to know if there is any other initiative from Zimbabwe in producing the equipment on the security system. We know that all that we are doing, someone is taking it. The mobile phone that we have in our hands, the producer knows how the information will reach to him. So, if he wants, he may intervene and take what he wants. That's why we want to know if Zimbabwe has this initiative regarding to the security measures. We also want to know, we have different countries in the region, and each of them has its own universities. Each of them has initiative or innovation. Talking about university, is there any corporations is advancing with the dream to create the parliament of SADC Parliament. Therefore, is there an opportunity to cooperate among the universities existing in the depot, or we can share with others when needed? We want to see SADC to have a capacity and a possibility to advance and other followers. And finally, I'd like to know whether all the guidelines will depend on the parliament that we want to create, or each one of our country will approve, then we register. And these are my questions, Mr. President of the Forum. Thank you very much.
To respond to the questions, I'm sure you know, let us be brief and to the point in terms of our responses. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to address the questions. And, okay. Okay. So I'm going to start with that are existing in terms of infrastructure and looking at the reality on the ground. I would really agree with that. The environment that we are actually in, operating in Africa, is not yet that enabling. We might really need to look at having some kind of readiness assessment that might be country to country. We actually heard about this, that we might really need that to be done in all countries in the SADC region. I remember there were 5 that we talked about, And with this readiness assessment, we can actually be able to see how we can tackle this maybe at a SADC region. Some of the quick solutions to this are actually, you're looking at electricity or utilizing this other conference where some of the regulators and all the people were actually talking about the realities that whilst you would think that the government is going to help with maybe tax breaks for some of the organizations that are actually doing solar and everything like that. It's not the case. Before you actually come up with a power plant or something like that, you need something to the tune of 200,000 or more if you're looking at maybe producing power at some level like that. So there's a need for us to take a holistic approach and see if we can actually change some of those policies around renewable energy, because some of these things really support AI in a way or two. And for us to also look at the countries, I want to take a leaf from the UAE. You know, the UAE actually made it possible for every one of their citizens to access the ChatGPT for free because they have paid for the subscription as a country. So I would say these are some of the things that they have done. And putting some of those things in place now and say that, okay, we want to have our own expression of AI that actually speaks in Zulu, that actually speaks in Swahili, that actually speaks in Shona, in Ndebele, or something like that. What they have these, something that actually attracts them to actually be able to participate, and that might not be there that's about ECD up to TVET. I think, you know, sometimes when you just have 15 minutes to talk to people, it's not really possible for you to talk about everything. And we would have wanted this to go even for a week or 3 days, where we would even want to tell you what is AI, the implications and everything like that. So for us, we were really going high level. And I would say that it's really necessary. And when I said kindergarten up to higher and tertiary, I want to give you a real life example of where it moved a couple of years back, and they said, okay, what can we do? Who is the leader in AI? And by that time, the leader was the Americas. So I was talking to this other person, started sending some people to learn about AI in the Americas as far back as 2009. And the revolution started for them as far back as 2014 and so on. So I think in a nutshell, that's it. Let me address the last question so that I can give other people to look at that. When we talk about regulation, there is also need to look at balancing regulation over innovation. It's not really an easy thing for us because we have very few expressions of AI in our region to be able to really look at that exhaustively. And you would note that this technology is actually accelerating at a very fast, actually gets what it can actually do, and then you do that. And now every 4 months we are getting a new valley. What they do is they say build first and then regulate, or that are actually doing some things that you're actually thinking, are they even ethical? But it's all to do Europe. There has been also some arguments that should we regulate? So for them it was regulate first, and then right now we might be having a very few innovations coming from that, from them. So we are really in a catch-22 situation that we cannot, and the moment we actually have AI that is actually for our region or that is local, that's the moment we can actually be able to say that we have we can...
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Eddie Mwenje, the Vice Chancellor for Bindura University of Science Education. I just want to address 3 questions. I think the first question that was mentioned by the well was answered by the Honorable from Angola. I think we may need to put investments and work together for infrastructure that will be required. I think that's very important. We have, when it comes to connectivity, it is to enable them to get internet access, but that's funded by the European Union. The grants that we have from even external donors so that we can benefit as well. But definitely one thing that's important is that we may decide as SADC to put our resources together for important things. So that's very important. Secondly, I just as a Vice Chancellor, I want to allay some fears on the issue of adoption of AI. We should not wait. As the Honorable from Angola mentioned, AI is not for the future, it's actually for now. And what's happening is that you that 10 left, 10 right, you are utilizing AI. So whether you think that you are not utilizing AI, you are utilizing AI. But the issue is that your kids or your grandchildren, whether you don't tell them to utilize building the environment, putting 500 billion, who will it affect? Every system that he puts in through, it is AI related. And the citizens, this is why I talked of the Hobson thing. There is no choice, basically. AI has to be taken up. The last thing that I want to respond to is the Honorable from Mozambique. You know, they talked about the issues of assembling digital phones and the like that's happening in Zimbabwe. Fortunately, Bindura University of Science Education has got a MOU with Pungwe University. We're working together. Universities work together in a big way. We work together with universities in China. We work together with universities, you know, across the globe. And you are very right. When you have your own gadgets locally, they don't steal your information. Sometimes before you buy a gadget, they've already known that it's being taken by this, and they will take things from there. So we need to invest locally in local production and substitute value addition. Now, if you don't know how to assemble a gadget and disassemble it, how will you value it? So we need to start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Chino Funga. I'm from Chino University of Technology. My specialization is sustainable digital transformation. And I would like to talk about a question on technology in Africa is coming in very late. And my response is, it's better late than never. This is our time as SADC to be embracing AI. And there was a question whether TVET colleges are in AI. By default, everyone down there is involved. So they should catch up and with Zimbabwe and across the SADC region. Then there was a question where there is need for governments in the SADC region to work together. And my proposal still stands. Let's adopt WOSIA, the whole of SADC enterprise architecture. Why? There is SDG number 17, partnership for goals. If our goal is to embrace AI, as SADC countries, let's partner for the good of SADC. If our goal is to embrace AI, let's have the Africa we want. Remember, with AI, it's a global phenomenon. It's like a pandemic. Where there is a pandemic, you group together to avert the effects of a pandemic. The world of work, we have to really embrace AI. Thank you so much.
So my work is James. I think I want to dispute the misconception that is there. One of the misconceptions was we don't have infrastructure.
we all know there are different kinds of AI that we can employ. There are tools that you can run on your laptop. If you have data sets, and as parliaments you have massive data sets, some of those things you can do it on your laptop. You don't need a high-powered device to do it. So, but they are neglecting that we have got various tools that are there that we can start utilizing right now. We have also, some have also mentioned that there is a digital divide, but what is the mobile penetration within our countries? And you can see mobile, maybe around 90% of our people are connected. So we can utilize, develop these advanced infrastructure for us to benefit from AI itself. Then there was also another question relating to, because we are using AI, we are also observing that there are now similarity in terms of the outcome, the responses that we are getting from these two. And this is a film on the people that are really driving at the age of AI are the big corporations, the Google. Know these tools like the ChatGPTs, and they are being called the foundations to train one foundational models. And no university in the whole world has got such funding to develop it. So what others are doing, they are building on top of these foundational models. So what will happen is we have a concept called one foundational model to develop several applications that we have. So the kind of outcome that we get is what? It will be kind of similar because they are all based on this. It seems as if they are kind of similar, and that's one of the challenges that we are all facing, because at the moment, training these models is really, really expensive, and only few organizations are able to do that. But it should not stop us from start using it, because there are other tools that we can incorporate that is cheap. Then another question was relating to AI is now transforming the way we the way we do business. So how do we apply it to address the problems that we are having? How do we benefit from AI? As we have said in the presentation, it's not about concentrating on these technologies. Let's concentrate on the problems that we want to solve, and then start to say, what is it, how can we utilize these tools to address the problems that we currently have? So if we think in that way, not focusing more on the technology itself, have that we can harness to solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Moderator. Let me try to tackle the question that everybody here has ignored, probably intentionally, which is the question of the composition of the panel, asked by the Honorable from Botswana. We are just visitors to this particular gathering. We have been invited. If we go on to answer that question, why we look like this, it's like a visitor who visits a home of someone else. So we leave it to the leader of the house to address this issue. But it is a deeper meaning, that question that you raised, Honorable, in terms of inequalities that already exist in our societies. And the emergence of these technologies continue to widen the gaps of inequality. If you talk of gender inequality, we know that our girls on the continent, in the sub-region, our mothers, our grandmothers, they are already discriminated against at different levels. And the emergence of these technologies like AI already, as you can see, if we don't do something about it, it will perpetuate those inequalities going forward. We talk about cyberbullying on these platforms, gender bullying on these platforms. These are the what I referred to as the mischief that the regulation of AI systems, their deployment, their design should address, to ensure that our systems that we deploy in the sub-region are conscious of these inequalities. On the question of the contradiction or purported contradiction in my reference to the model law, SADC model law on AI, and also my proposition to say is a little bit early in terms of regulation of AI systems. The point I was trying to make was to say that we need to take a cautious approach to regulation of AI systems, for the reason that if you want to benefit from the wisdom of others, I made reference to a symbol to say there are not really clear trends in terms of regulation of this particular sector. You see policies across, you see acts of parliament being adopted, but in a handful of countries and handful of sub-regions. Are we ready to go broke and come up with a law or design and development, deployment of AI systems in our countries? Probably not. However, the adoption of the model law, the SADC model law, because my research, our research has shown us that in as much forever to receive them at the national level and convert them into binding legislation. So if it is developed at this stage, member states have time to ponder and think about it, whether it's suitable for implementation in their domestic legal orders over time, as we also figure out where these trends of implementation is going to. And finally, the question from honorable member from South Africa on preservation of integrity, democratic integrity by the deployment of AI tools. And what I've been saying as a message across is to say that we do not make an argument for deployment of AI systems in parliamentary processes to replace what is already there. The parliaments remain in charge of its democratic processes, even if it is still responsible for that oversight, that human oversight, to ensure that whatever has been drafted complies, for instance, with the constitutional framework of that country. So there's no replacement. It's simply enhancement of what you are already doing as parliaments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our panelists, I think there were just two hands. Yes. There was one from Angola. Yes, yeah.
I see that as moderator, we're not putting down some of the questions. There was a question on blockchain. Was that answered? No. Blockchain concept. How can it be used to the extent that we can benchmark with the Brazilian achievement in their chamber? And then there was another one, the question of deep fakes. It was not responded to. And then the question of value addition of our rich minerals. How can AI minerals so that we can get maximum financial benefits, which will leapfrog our funding of AI?
Right, thank you. I'm back on the stage again. On the deep fakes, we as members of parliament, ordinary citizens, we like posting our lives on social media. Do you know that? And the same lifestyles that we're posting on social then end up with deep fakes, because they are using your identity to create an imitation of yourself, to attack someone else, or to get entry into systems. So the first step is to make sure that we validate. I should know my own Speaker of Parliament physically in order for me to say this is not my own Mudenda. Are we together? The deep facts start with exposure of information. So with SADC countries, the general encouragement is to make sure that we have laws that protect privacy. And we are mindful of what we post on public fora. Are we together? Among other things. Thanks so much.
All right. So there's a question about blockchain. The technology is a technology that can actually be used to sort of like fail-proof some of the processes that are actually in Parliament. Like for instance, we can have a store and store stamp and verify. Let's say we have a budget that we are actually having. Blockchain can actually help us to be able to kind of like track and automate some of these things. I think, like for instance, parliamentary or committee votes can be recorded on a chain to prevent tampering and to ensure transparency. So I would say the blockchain technology is really centered on improving transparency. And if we're going to be able to use it in Parliament, it can actually enhance how much we are transparent to the citizenry. And like for instance, we can actually enable secure identity verified digital referenda or citizen feedback systems using blockchain technology. We can also be able to have citizens that can actually propose and vote on community issues or legislative priorities using some decentralized platforms within maybe the platform that the parliamentary system would have actually set up. We can also have some secure, immutable storages of things like minutes or all those answered in a way that is that actually makes it easier to track. And even like that when we are looking at public funds, sometimes it's very, very difficult to verify certain things, and blockchain technology can actually be used to also do that. That is just in a nutshell. I don't know if we can take it from there.
Thank you very much. There were three hands, Angola, South Africa, and DRC, so that we close the session in the interest of, or Mozambique, yes, in the interest of time. Yeah.
Mozambique.
Yeah.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Honorable President and moderators. Similar to those who spoke before me, I also wish to commend the presenters for the discussion we are carrying out now. Contrary to my colleagues, I would not address a question to the presenters, but rather I would like to direct my question to the SADC PF parliamentarians as a way of a challenge at some of our schools, colleges, and academic institutions. Some students finalize their courses but with some deficiencies in laboratory skills due to the fact that lab equipments are extremely expensive. Now, the challenging question I would like to pose to you, MPs, similar to model laws, how can we influence our governments to make sure that the states or governments should somehow subsidize the procurement of lab equipment? This is a very simple and most direct question I would like to pose to you, Honorable MPs. Thank you.
South Africa, Mozambique.
South Africa.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to everyone. Domuvio Mente, Member of Parliament in South Africa. My first question to the panel is, I get the fact that there wasn't enough time for you to give us more information, but on your high level, what are the disadvantages of the AI? Because none of you are talking about the disadvantages of the AI. But one thing you are emphasizing on is that we must adopt. I want to suggest that instead of you recommending that we must adopt, we are rather asked as member states to make submissions on real lived experiences of AI and access thereof. One of you did make an acknowledgement that Africa is not ready. We are indeed not ready because infrastructure that allows us to have access to AI tools is not active, is not even there in many areas. If you were to ask AI to give you data set of girls who miss school in some rural town of Bulawayo, it will not be able to do so. Thus, members of parliament cannot draft any policy based on information that's on AI. They will have to do physical check. Now, there is a bottom-up approach that you need to tell us about, and how do we go about doing it as fast as possible. Yes, AI exists. Yes, AI is there. But also, to say we cannot regulate it, then what measures are we going to utilize in order for us to make sure that it does not endanger our lives? We are parliamentarians. We look after constituencies. You are going to get a patient that goes to a hospital, yet a doctor that is there doesn't know much because most of the knowledge that they would have utilized to pass was AI generated. Now, what are the measures that are there for us to say universities cannot put certain online courses to be passed online, completed online and all of that without having a physical verification of the results of a submission of a student? How do we do that? Because the dangers of AI are that sometimes we're going to have a teacher that is teaching a child whose course was completed on online through AI without being verified. So I am not comfortable with saying, let's go and look at policies, but let's not go and regulate, because we may be kind of like barring certain inventions that are coming up. Those inventions will come, but then we'll have to regulate them. However, we cannot sit and try to prioritize something and even adopt it if we don't understand it ourselves and what are the dangers that come up with. Another thing is prioritizing budget for this. In real life, it won't happen in our parliaments. We don't have budget to build clinics. We must now have budget for AI. What is it that we are doing in AI rather than making sure that our infrastructures are in place? So please be clear. If we want to prioritize budget, what are your suggestions that we prioritize budget for what? Because there's no infrastructure. Yes, we have access to laptop, but if I'm at home, I arrived here 2 days ago, I still can't connect to my mother who's in the villages because there is no internet. Now, who are we talking to as members of parliament? Because I'm trying to say we are very high level and we want to resolve the issue of AI and utilization of AI in parliament. However, parliamentarians are representatives of the people who do not have access to this very same tool that we want to utilize. Thank you.
Thank you. DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur.
Mr. Moderator, for the floor that you've given me. My name is Clement Moboyai. I'm a MP in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I was a bit uncomfortable to notice that among the panelists who are there isn't any who spoke about legal aspects of the AI. I really concur with the intervention from South Africa, but I'm going to address the issue from the legal aspect. What is it? What about the legal consequences that will be caused by the artificial intelligence, namely the criminal responsibility of a robot that is on the road? If my brother from Zimbabwe, the legal counsel, he was among the panelists, I was going to address this question to him directly. The second aspect of my question, what about the civil responsibility of the damage caused by this artificial intelligence? Just now, this morning, there was the minister who was supposed to speak to us to make a presentation, but the artificial intelligence did not allow that she be connected on time, and there had been a slight damage that happened. Now, as far as civil responsibility or accountability, who takes that? Just now they spoke about map. When we want to drive, to go in one or the other direction, we don't know where we are going, and we are going to use the artificial intelligence. If the map that we are using is taking us into a wrong direction and there is an ambush there, and what is going to happen? Who is going to be accountable to this criminal responsibility of civil? I was very uncomfortable just now to hear one of the panelists saying that we do not have clear regulations, but we know that there are universal principles that where there is society, there should be law. And we cannot advance in the use of the artificial intelligence without having envisaged the rules, which are the regulations. This is more or less some of the aspects of my question. I thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to thank the moderators for the answers provided. I think this helps us to better understand the concept in addition to the documentation we'll be receiving. Two questions that remain pending are as follows. The use of devices to ensure the security of our appliances, such as laptops, computers. The laptops and computers we will be receiving, will they be protected against misuse of AIs in order to avoid violations of our devices by external persons? Final question. Which entity will legalize these tools? Similar to the question posed by the MP from the DRC. We experienced COVID-19. Africa struggled so much to develop its own vaccine. When Africa was just about to develop its vaccine, there were some objections. And then, as a consequence, we were forced to wait for us to be provided with vaccines by external countries. It is important to legalize. Like I said, some African countries discovered vaccine for COVID, but they were not able to legalize it. Thank you.
Madagascar. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Irabi Gabriel. I'm an MP from Madagascar. My question is going in the direction of, it goes to in the same direction like the DRC MP. I believe what I would like to ask is a question. It's these regulation issues concerning the artificial intelligence. How are we going to know when can we enforce it and believe that because we are facing a very complicated, absurd legal regulations. I believe that we all know that this AI can be a threat for the confidentiality and the security of the data, given that this AI is evolving. I believe that there are some technologies that are related to AI. They are very fast growing to the extent where these regulatory tools that are currently in our country, or be they regional or international, they are not sufficient enough. They seem to be obsolete when these hours will be released. I believe that the use of the artificial intelligence needs the use of quite a number of data which needable, especially as far as legal issues are concerned. I believe that as within SADC, it's better we have this legal framework just for the protection of the data, of personal data and private. What about the cyber security, this transnational cyber security? This is I'm joining the criminal accountability as far as this artificial intelligence is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Representing Pan-African Parliament, I should with the AU strategy. But I just want to reinforce some points that came out here. 2 months ago, we attended a workshop, a World Bank workshop, and they beamed some picture on the world at night. And it was clear that all other continents at night were like it was daytime in terms of light, electricity, but very, very dark. You could only see some spots of. This was a World Bank presentation showing that, look, Africa is still behind. The presenter said, oh no, you can use, investments are still in billions. Yeah, so the form of energy is not as accessible. So we need a strategy to get there. One issue I want to raise is, as we go AI as Parliament, the issue of readiness. Readiness means our chambers, where we hold our plenary sessions. To what extent are they digitalized to be able to be part of the AI fraternity? I would say 90% or more have not yet reached there. So we need to digitalize our chambers. But not only chambers, even the MPs. They need to be digitalized. Yes. And I mean, from the chamber, when the MP walks out of the chamber, he should not leave in the chamber. And then he goes back again to ancient times when he walks out of the chamber. You have to be all time, 24 hours, part of AI. So they don't have when they sit in Parliament or iPad. So I would have wanted a critical part to be really IT compliant. That each Parliament has to take note of. From the chamber to when they get into their car, that car should be also AI compliant. When I'm driving, what is it that we should do? When they are home, whether urban or rural, they should be part of that system. Not you are no longer part of that game. I want to say, you all know the statistics. Africa, less than 40% of our population in Africa has access to internet. Less than 40% has access to internet on this. How is that? Then you are also aware that we have embraced in elections. But you're also aware that some countries now have gone back to physical counting. They went into digital and then they retreated. How is under AI? When some people go into AI and retreat also, we need to consider these very important factors. I want to touch on behavior. Chairman, it was touched on organizational something. I think that needs to be deepened. You see, you need a cultural change, a deliberate cultural change program to be able to embrace AI. Because you will have a boss who, in their world, they are like, no, give me papers. I'm more used to this, I'm more used to this. So you need quite a serious organizational cultural change as part of AI, a very serious one. And here I tell you a short Not even a story, just some 2 sentences. The scorpion went to the frog because the scorpion wanted to cross a river, but the scorpion can't swim. Then the scorpion approached a frog and said, please, can you help me carry me on your back and cross the river? You are good at biting, and I will die. And the scorpion said, how can I bite you? Because if you die, I will drown. So please assist me. Then the frog agreed. As they were mid-waters, then the frog felt some bite from behind. Then Mr. Scorpion, you are already biting again. Say, oh, sorry, you know, all the habits die hard. Lastly, security issues. I think as MPs in most of your countries, we have passed. As we deepen on digitalization, the issues of insecurity also become even more serious. And we have passed some laws. And can I say, only 2 weeks ago, I won't disclose because it's a security issue from somewhere. We are told now that if you allow them into your house and they don't touch the door frame when they go in, they will leave a very small chip. That chip will be able to see who visits your house, who goes to which bedroom, and they will be sending information to whoever wants that information. And even on your jacket or clothes, when they grip there, that traces everything where you are, what you are doing 24 hours. Those are some of the disadvantages. There are certain risks of humanity itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think most of the questions were directed to Dr. Mtangi, so we start with you, then the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the questions relating to the legal consequences. This is what I was, probably it's a matter of terminology as well, what I was referring as to the mischief that regulation will address relating to the design, deployment, even decommissioning of AI systems. And the Honorable Delegate asks, what is the criminal responsibility, and so on and so on. And there's a slide I said mischief includes issues to do with accountability. So probably the explanation that left is to say, you know, who is accountable in the event that there is harm caused to an individual as a result of the use of AI, who is responsible for that. That's part of the mischief that regulation would have to address. The issue of transparency I was talking about, to say biases that are infused into systems, and if someone suffers harm as a result of that bias in terms of privacy, data security, all those are the legal consequences of the design, the deployment of AI systems, the development of AI systems, and that should be the target of regulation, to apportion liability. Is it on the user? Is it on the developer of that particular AI system, and so forth and so on? And the victim of an AI system that is malfunctioned or that was mischievously developed or even deployed, what relief is available to that victim? That is part of the regulation, including even establishment of bodies of AI systems is also part and parcel of the regulatory framework. That also includes whether I call them fines or whether I call them civil penalties that can be imposed as on those that be, or the fines going to be utilized. Is government simply takes the money, or that money is channeled towards developing better and responsible AI systems? All that is part of the regulatory framework that comes out of what we are talking about. Lastly, my point is to say, much as we have these AI systems coming through, we are not so sure about them. My understanding is that looking against or for. So once we have a deep understanding of the AI systems that have been developed, then we are able to accurately regulate, and accurately apportion liability and accountability systems within the legal framework. I think that will be my answer for the time being. I hope I fully and comprehensively responded to those issues. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I believe that there are a lot of issues that have not been answered from our submissions, but I want to also ask the SADC Parliamentary Forum to be, if possible, to organize a workshop where we can even train, or maybe when you go back to your parliamentary portfolios, be able to understand what these platforms, these technologies actually do before we can even regulate or or create any form of policy. Chief Charumbira and Honorable Chief Charumbira, I want to thank you for really highlighting some of the really critical things. You asked about the critical path to be AI compliant. There are a lot of things. I would say that if we're going to start today, it might actually take us some time to be organized to the levels of the United States and all the other countries that we are talking about. But
good afternoon, viewers. We are still here at the SADC Parliamentary Forum Symposium, a session where parliamentarians are getting an opportunity to understand better on what is expected from them as parliamentarians and how they can adopt or how they can embrace AI. Just now, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Fortune Chirumbira, was talking about the issues to do with the chambers themselves, how equipped are they as far as digitalization is concerned, and the MPs themselves. As much as they are talking about AI and the people, it starts from them, and so it's for them to first embrace it, have the proper infrastructure, have the proper skills, and then they can then be able to effect it. Indeed, and to use it.
Indeed. It is a lot to be considered in terms of incorporation of AI into our parliamentary processes. We have heard various contributions coming from different universities, and some have been expressing their concerns, especially with regards to the budget, because the adaptation to using AI in parliamentary processes will require some form of budget, and of course some institutional projects that have been done in Africa. We come together as a region and putting our brains together to brainstorm a way forward. There should be a way. And of course, there's an interesting speaker who spoke and made it a very interesting point, saying that a line of thinking that we need as a region to move forward into the AI.
To embrace. One of the speakers said it's time to unlearn the old ways, to learn the new ways, and relearn and adapt to the new skills or digital skills that are coming in. So this is a time for us to embrace AI. Well, unfortunately for now, we have to say goodbye to our ZBC TV viewers, but the sessions are continuing live on our exclusive news channel, that is News 24 channel. So to our ZBC TV viewers, it's a goodbye and a good afternoon to you. Victoria Falls, please tune into our News 24 channel.
The Venda or Venda are an amalgamation of Bantu-speaking people. They are found mainly in Beitbridge and are among the many cultural groups that live in the Rainbow Province of Matabeleland South. But what sets them apart from other tribes in Zimbabwe is how the people have managed to preserve their culture when many have discarded their origins, history and culture of the Venda people, as well as share hopes and aspirations of communities under Chief Staudze, while also highlighting the socio-economic challenges they are facing. The people who are today referred to as Vavenda are said to have come from a number of ancient groupings who migrated from the Great Lakes area in East Central Africa in the 11th and 12th centuries. They are said to be the first blacks who crossed the Limpopo to settle in South Pensburg in Limpopo province and were ruled by Chief Tohoyando, which translates to head of the elephant. Their move was in the quest for arable land and better living conditions. Politician, educationist and author Ambassador Aaron Maboyi explains that history.
We are in response to a situation which humanity was experiencing. And now car accidents. But we have not stopped using vehicles. On the contrary, we have now started to manufacture vehicles that are tentative in more or less indicating that there's oncoming vehicles there. Beware, get out of the road. The EVs are online now in order to reduce accidents on our road. But we have not stopped using vehicles. Neither are we going to stop the application of AI. That's a reality of life now, whether we like it or not. Even the EU, only in 2021, started to put legislation on how the governance of the application of AI should be put in place. Only in 2021. America hasn't got a solid piece of legislation. But you heard from the presenters. Nonetheless, Donald Trump is putting $500 billion to improve application of AI. So we here in Africa must move with the times, regardless of the risks. Regardless of the risks. Now, someone said the World Bank, with due respect, Africa continent was showing, some darkness. Yeah, who created that darkness? It is the very Europeans who established World Bank. They exploited us through slavery. We must now be in reverse gear to be our own masters of what? Our own economic liberation. We shouldn't cry foul. Time has come for Africa to move forward like any other. To the Thabo Mbeki panel, there was a professor there who said, when it comes to funding, there's a book, Leaders in Africa Must Eat. Message? Leaders in Africa must eat last. And the professor said, they must eat the least. That's your homework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Mdenda. Let us give a round of applause to our facilitators for the incisive presentations, which have generated a lot of debate. Honorable President, if you allow me, so that we don't disrupt our physiological clocks too much. Yesterday we went for lunch late. We don't want to go for lunch very late again today. We'll break for lunch and then reconvene in an hour's time which is 230. Thank you very much.
The Zambezi River was dammed in 1958 for hydropower generation for both Zambia and Zimbabwe. So after that, a lake was formed, and then there was room for fisheries. The communities that lived along the Zambezi River survived on fishing. So after the lake was formed, those communities were displaced, but they continued to survive on fishing. However, there were deeper waters that were created, what we call in science a pelagic niche. So when that pelagic niche was created, a fish species that occupies those deeper waters was needed. The clupid, which is the carpenter, scientifically known as the Limnothris myodon, was introduced into Lake Kariba on the Zambian side in the 1960s. And then officially, the carpenter fishery was opened in 1974 on the Zimbabwean side.
Kariba used to be a major foreign currency earner for the country due to its tourism and fishing industry. The fishing industry was booming at one stage, and all of that seems to be now on a declining path. Speaking to Sikelela Kumpo, a businessman and now a legislator who came to settle in the town long before the carpenter came to town, paints a completely different picture.
I came in before even the carpenter was introduced in the lake. So I've seen the carpenter right from the onset as it developed and also went up in terms of their numbers, and until such a time that the people has to be facilitated to start fishing. And when they started fishing, things went so well that it was one of the major industries of the town, because people lived on the fish and also sustained themselves out of the fish.
At inception in 1974, a total of 487 tons was recorded, and it grew gradually over the years to a peak of 21,758 tons in 1990. A basketful of factors has also come to haunt this once vibrant venture. Erratic rainfall patterns, high temperatures on the lake, decline in primary food source for carpenter, overfishing and poaching are some of the major causes of the demise. Dr. Nobuhle Ndlovu, who works with Zimparks as principal and aquatic ecologist, has spent time studying these trends on the lake.
The issue of declining catches of carpenter, of the carpenter fish, there are actually a number of factors that attributed to that decline. Firstly, I would say the temperatures in the lake have been increasing. I think sometimes they go above 28 degrees. So when temperatures when temperatures are that high, they actually affect the productivity of the lake. I would say the primary food source for the carpenter fish is called zooplankton, and zooplankton feeds on algae. So when temperatures go as high as 28 degrees, the production of algae is actually affected, and then the abundance or the availability of zooplankton, which is the food source for carpenter, is also affected. So generally the productivity of carpenter is also affected by climate change. And then there have also been erratic rainfall patterns over the years. The frequency of occurrence of droughts has also increased. But we need rainfall so that the nutrient status of the lake is improved. You know, productivity of the lake actually requires nutrients, and the two main nutrients that are required for productivity are phosphorus and nitrogen. So when there are good rains, nutrients are washed into the lake through runoff, then productivity improves. But the major source of the nutrients into the lake is actually the Zambezi River. Some studies say 80% of the nutrients that are in the lake actually come through Zambezi River. Then all these other rivers and surface runoff maybe contribute 20% of the nutrients that are required in the lake. And then there's also increase in fishing effort. The number of boats that catch carpenter have been increasing over the years, especially on the Zambian side of the lake, where they have more than 900 boats officially instead of 225. So that increase in fishing effort also affects what we call catch per unit effort, which is what each boat gets when they go fishing.
Prior to 1980, this carpenter industry was mainly dominated by a small number of white entrepreneurs, but the coming of independence ushered in a new era which saw the number of fishing companies increasing. And as it stands, about 120 companies are now operating on the Zimbabwean side of the lake. This on its own has brought another set of challenges, which have also contributed to the decline in carpenter cages. This news crew tamed fishermen for a night to get to understand the process and challenges the fishermen face on the lake. After spending the night on the lake, we managed to catch about 30 kgs of fresh carpenter. Our guide in the expedition, Mr. Stole, gave us a breakdown of what our catch meant in monetary terms.
It's less 30 kgs. So it's less 30 kgs, it's approximately 29 kgs dry. Kunze kumarket hakuna izvozvo. Saka zvakusina mageti takutofosa kuti tiwane diesel kuti toenda parenga apo pamakorokosa usvika kuti $20 bond pa kg yega yega. Saka 9 times 20 180 pachadiwa oil iya, pachadiwa diesel iya, pachada munhu anonanika kunzo anobhadharwa, pekunanikira pacho panobhadharwa. anotakura wacho matemba aya transporter anobhadharwa 1.5 kgs dried kubva nawo pahub kusvika paanonanikira. Saka nzvimbo dzacho ikarati chaidzo hadzibuda.
This left us with more questions for all the players in the carpenter industry. Lake Kariba is divided into 5 hydrological basins, namely Mlibizi, Binga, Sengwa, Bumi and Sanyati. These basins are named after the rivers that flow into the lake. Each basin has its own carrying capacity, but our survey revealed that due to the proximity of Basin 5 to Kariba town, availability of facilities makes everyone want to be housed in that basin.
Most of us, we need the Basin 5 for administration purposes, since the Basin 3 and 4, they are very far from the resources, that is the fuel and the market. And some of the boats or other operators, they cannot manage to operate from Kariba to Makui or Chalara.
Production costs seem to be higher in the other basins and everyone seems to avoid them. Women in this trade also find it hard to cope with the high production costs of the further basins.
Ndakapiwa Basin 4 indiri mugaro muno mukariba. Saka machallenges andosangana nadzo kuti ndishandira kucharara ikoko hakuna kune diesel. Diesel inotengwa kuno. Ndotenga diesel rangu 200 liters. Ndochibvisa 40 liters kubva pano pahaba kusvika kucharara kwandoshandisa. Ndinga tosarwa ne 160. 40 liters dzatagoni kudhara. Kuzobva pachalara takwenda kwatinofishira kwacho. Ndinotora 30 liters dzokuenda kunoraura. Ndonoraura ikoko. Handitenderwa futi kunanika matemba acho